All right. Welcome everybody to the TCS free play BTR. We'll be having a couple runners running today, and we'll see if a couple other runners join us later. But for now, we have Rafo and Laser. Rafo being the LEGO Star Wars 2 GOAT. Held the world record for a very long time. Very seasoned free play runner. And we also have Laser, who's been derusting a fair bit for this BTR, but putting out a lot of promising times. So it's going to be interesting to see both of those run today. BTR does stand for break the record. So that's what all of our players are going to be doing. Going to try and break the record. It's been a long tradition to do any percent break the records, but for this year we'll be doing something a bit different, which is going to be really cool to see. Seems like the runners are just waiting to start their runs. They're free to start runs whenever they want. They don't have to race or anything. It's just a matter of going as fast as possible. So
Yep,
free play. Yep.
They're gonna just real quick. They're gonna be starting the race in about 2 minutes. So
So I might as well talk a little bit about free play as a category. Um, so compared to 80%, what the runs will be doing is they'll be playing the levels from the free play mode, and they'll be completing all 36 levels for all 6 episodes. And they're free to choose any character they like. They can use any extras or red bricks, um, which allows them to do a lot of cool skips that you'll be able to see. I think it's a really cool showcase of what Lego Star Wars has. All the cool tech and tricks. So just sit back and relax and enjoy. Seems like both of them get started here with the first level, Jedi Destiny, where they'll be performing a pretty cool skip where you can push the Emperor straight into the pit and have it end the level immediately. A variant of it is done as in any percent, but in free play you can just do it a lot quicker. Having Grievous there really helps push the Emperor in with a larger hitbox. But after that, they'll be heading into the Death Star, since it's level closest by. They'll also be using the Pod Racer because it's the fastest vehicle, which allows them to get to the torpedo targets very quickly. After that, it's just a bunch more sailing through the interior of the ship here. And coming up here for laser, you can be seeing a clip here. By switching to the Arc Fighter, I believe it is, you can actually clip yourself inside of walls. That just skips having to blow up that gate by using the torpedoes, which is a very cool skip. Have some more torpedoes we have to shoot here, and then this small little section here where they have to break these electrical circuits in order to turn off the barrier that protects the core. Which is a really fast section. And after that, they follow a predetermined route to avoid all the pillars and to go through or exit the Death Star as quickly as possible. I remember when starting out with free play, learning this route was kind of hard, but it's something that you get used to pretty quickly once you've like gotten a couple runs in. They do also shoot with the Arc Fighter to take care of some of the pillars, because it's really easy to run into them and lose a bunch of time if you don't. But with that, that's Enter the Death Star done. With that, they'll also be heading into the Battle of Endor, sort of successively moving their way through the episode. This is a really fun level, I think. There's a lot of triple jumping, which you can do by double jumping with a Jedi or similar character, and then using the Jedi Slam and switching immediately, essentially giving you like a third jump. Really useful tech for gaining height or going across the gaps. And you'll be seeing it a lot throughout the run. Seems like the players are, Rafa and Laser, are opting for a slightly different movement here in the button room. Slightly different choice of sending characters up with player 2 or not. Interesting to see variation in that, though. Couple more triple jumps here to get across the gates. And they're on to the next room as well. Free play is a really fast-paced category, where you just sort of move a Droidica from room to room, which is really cool. Coming up here, they'll also be doing super jump cancel by setting the respawn point of one player and then making them land in the transition so that they can swap to them and enter the next room. Also a really neat trick. With that, all that remains is to pull the levers for at the bunker and end the level. Also got to take care of the stormtroopers, which they do by animation canceling Droidica's shots by switching. Alright. So Laser's done with Endor, Rafa not far behind. And here comes Speeder Showdown. This is also a really cool level. I think a lot of these levels are just really cool, but this is also one of the levels with one of the few levels. I think it might even be the only level with which still has wall climbing in it, which is another tech that you can do to climb walls, very aptly named, which you do need Grievous for. And you're gonna see Laser do it right here, where you can climb this tree and get over the transition there to go into the next room. Really well done. And you're gonna see another wall climb here to get into that elevator. Wall climbs used to be a lot more prevalent throughout the run, I believe. But a lot of them have been superseded by other strats. Most of this room is also standard fanfare. Pretty similar to any percent in most regards. Though there is a bit of character management to do. Just so that switching to Ghost Yoda here is fast. We'll be switching to Ghost Yoda here because it allows us to do Yodica clips which are really helpful for skipping a very large amount of what you're supposed to do. We can clip through roofs, we can clip through walls. There's a lot of things you can do. Right. So laser opts to pull the lever there to make this boba fly a bit easier. Definitely a smart move if you aren't comfortable with doing the skip there, because it is possible to fly across the entire way if you land on a certain piece of collision, but it is pretty difficult. So we might see Rafa go for that. But here we have our first Yodica clip, which by doing a Jedi Slam and switching to Yodica, he managed to clip through that roof and skip the entire discus section. Then a little bit of a 1P2C to take care of these targets here. Very nicely done. Yep, we'll get to see Rafa do the alternative strat here. I said it is very tricky. It's not an easy trick. So Rafa gets it. And Laser did another Yodica clip and some out of bounds movement to get past the first gate. There's another Yodica clip. Switching to Gonk Road, using the Super Gonk Extra to be able to move a lot faster. And of course, what else would it be without a Yodica clip? We will be seeing some other clips that don't require Jordica later, but a vast majority of them do. Or certainly a lot easier with them. If you love Gonk, then you'll have to make sure to stay in here, because it's not the last of Gonk yet. We will be seeing Gonk more throughout the run. It's not just Jabba's Palace. Alright, that's Jabba's Palace done for Laser. Which means he should be done with episode 6, and we'll be moving on to episode 5. Now, Betrayal of Bespin is also a pretty interesting level. Now, any percent does have the GTF, or Grand Theft Falcon strat now, for any percent. But it it didn't used to have that. In the grand scheme of things, it's pretty new, but for free play, it's been around for quite some time. Although with a different setup. And we'll be seeing it shortly. Oh, Laser gets the wall climb with Grievous. That's nice. So you force Yoda there and pan your camera up, and then call him in. And that essentially, I'm not entirely sure how it works. Something to do with splines and loading and deloading, I'd imagine. Very similarly to Falconless in episode 4, which we'll see after episode 5 is done. But it skips having to deal with the stormtroopers at the final platform. You can also do a very precise triple jump here to skip having to use the R2 panel. And simply walk into the Falcon. Laser's definitely not doing too bad at the moment, being 12 seconds ahead of PB. Gonna see if he can extend his lead. DT is a pretty difficult level after all. Once again, a lot of clips here. You'll be seeing him switch to Darth Vader instead of Jordica. That's done for those specific clips, which I'm not entirely sure what the reason is for, but there are a couple of them like that. Another variation of DVT. Skips the second Darth Vader fight there. And also DV free, which skips the third. And a pretty fast movement there to take care of the fourth phase of the fight. Alright, Dagobah. Definitely a lot of focus on the Jordica movement here. We'll also be seeing the Dagobah button skip. A lot of flying across the swamp water, the murky waters. Gonna see if we get to see the clip here. Oh, very nicely done. You can also do a clip there to skip the Darth Vader fight. Not entirely easy, but a very popular setup for that is to vocalize the rhythm at which you'd perform that clip, as popularized by E. Roadhouse. Yeah, Laser has managed to extend his lead a bit, going from about 13 seconds ahead to 34. Um, I presume Rafa is doing a no reset of some kind. Probably just to get his hands warm, which is definitely not a bad idea. Once again, in Falcon Flight, we're seeing a lot of that pod racer movement, just because it is the fastest vehicle. Making sure not to double target on the torpedoes there. Oh, this is new. I haven't seen this before. Um, that was not in free play when I last ran this. Um, that's really cool to see, actually. Uh, Seems like Laser rode up the wall there uh, with one player. I was wondering why he dropped out the second one, but wow. I know that that strat is normally done in Hundo uh, in order to be able to route some kits into the story mode, but I wasn't expecting it to see it in free play. That's really cool, actually. Um, Seems like Laser is having a bit of trouble with the boulder, though. It's being very stubborn. Doesn't want to reveal the last target. Very typical of Falcon Flight. Coming up on Echo Base, Laser is really struggling to hit this first clip. Taking quite some time to set it up. I would say this is probably one of my favorite levels, though. Uh, there's just a lot of fluid movement. Um, some cool clips as well. You might even see the Doom skip from Laser, which skips having to go on these slopes here. Okay, no Doom skip, but we'll be seeing some classic sliding action. Couple more clips, and that's pretty much it for Echo Base. Just needs to get into the Falcon here, which we can do with yet another clip, because of course. Huh. Raffo seems to be having some issues with this boulder. Oh, there we go. Ah, controller issue. That'd do it. Another new ship clip from Laser there, calling in when he's ran into the wall. That's also a thing I haven't really seen before. I've seen it used in Rebel Attack from Saber's new route for it, but Guess there are more places where it's applicable. Definitely cool to see how like everything changes. Always something new whenever you come back. But yeah, we'll be seeing Raffer reset, but of course, with a new attempt, there are new chances. Laser's making quick work of these waves here and a half. Just needs the last bomb to destroy this AT-AT. Seems like he might have used the VSB, the Vehicle Smart Bomb extra, to destroy that bomb prematurely. It's really easy to do. Alright, secret plans. So Laser will be starting off with a strange clip here to get out of bounds, and then position himself carefully to enter the transition. Oh wow. He wasn't able to hit a first try, but he's using it back up there. Also trying to go for a very precise clip here to get up to the Vader room early. Takes him a couple tries, but overall not too bad. Can definitely not understate how difficult that can be to get. So very well done. Bit more triple jumping to get across. And the next room here will be largely the same. With a bit of Yodka clipping. And the same goes for reaching the escape hatch. We see Anonymous on the layout now, starting his runs as well. That's exciting. Now, something you might notice is that Anonymous is starting with a different level this time around, which is a hot race. And if you've been kept up in the loop lately, there's a at least fairly new skip um, called God Fraud, where you clip out of bounds here, um, which you would normally do a lot later into the level. And you need a specific angle for it, I believe. Uh, and it's a really difficult trick, which is why Anonymous opts to start with it first. especially since it saves a lot of time if done correctly as well. Oh, Refa goes for a clip there instead of taking out those torpedo targets. I don't think we've seen any runner do that quite yet. Cool strat to see. Anonymous getting the height for the God Fraud here, trying to make his way across the chasm. Might have a bit too much speed going into this. See if he manages to slow down. Not quite, no. Also ended up backwards. Aside, it is a very difficult trick. Laser heading into Mos Eisley's spaceport here. Going to be clipping through their character for the gate here. They want to keep that speeder and send player 2 across to avoid a trigger so that they can walk into the door directly. They are also using extra toggle to get access to the Womp which I believe is tied for speed with Jordica, right? I believe. And so Laser will be using that to navigate through the level. And here's a pretty cool skip as well from Laser, where you can triple jump up to here and then do another triple jump to jump over the trigger for the fight and end that level early. All right, Anonymous managed to slow down enough for Pot Fraud here. Going to be clipping through with the second player and triggering the lap, and then hitting the checkpoint again. Which he manages to do. Let's see if he gets God Fraud again. Okay, he pops out. We'll see if he gets the bounce required. Looking good. Building up speed. Yeah, that looks good. And so Anonymous is off on the first run. Right, we have more runners on the layout now. We have Phantom and Saber. Phantom also being pretty new to free play, I believe, but putting up a lot of promising times. And Saber also a former world record holder for free play and for sort of pioneering the pod race early route. So it's going to be interesting to see what times they put up. Let's check in on some of the runners here. Laser seems to be doing quite well. Still 26 seconds ahead, which is a solid lead. Rafo's pacing even, and Phantom also seems to be doing quite well with a small lead in the early game. We see Laser coming up on Rebel attack here, where they're going to be clipping out player 2 there to get past the gate. And they're going to be doing the same here to get right to that transition. There's also going to be a series of skips here that are very similar, where he'll be entering a little nook there with Pod Racer and switching to a much wider vehicle like the Arc Fighter to be able to clip through that wall. And besides that, it's just taking care of these turrets here and then destroying the core again. And with that done, Laser is done with episode 4, so he's already done with half of the run already. Um, wasn't quite able to enter that transition there before Yoda was able to make it across. It is a difficult section. Triple jump there to get on top of the platform and then drop down. Means skipping all the puzzles there. And some quick Yoda slashes to navigate across, the triple jumping as well. Also using Boba Fett to fly over to the platform. We do have a couple players doing different routes. The vast majority of them going for 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, I believe. But notably Saber and Anonymous opting to do episode 1 first in order to be able to reset to Godfraud, since it saves so much time. Laser's definitely still holding strong onto that PB, being roughly within the roughly the same time ahead, regardless of where he's been in the run. Coming up on library skip, which used to be done by climbing the wall, but was obsoleted by this up here, where you slash into the collision there and switch to Droidica. A bit finicky, but definitely a pretty cool skip. Just shy of collecting the minikit at the end. Might be a reset, honestly. But Laser is still well ahead, having saved quite a lot from getting library skip there. See, how are the others doing? Phantom starting up a new run. And Anonymous or Saber and Saber are probably doing no resets, I'd imagine. You also see Rafo struggle with the triple jump clip here in Jabba's. Can definitely be quite deceiving, but hopefully they manage to sort that out. I believe we're going to see Anonymous finish up episode 1 here as well, which means they'll be moving on to episode 2, presumably. I'm not entirely familiar with the new route that some runners have been doing. Okay, we'll be seeing them move to episode 5. Laser taking care of Grievous very quickly here by using the Wicked and the Explosive Catapult extra. Quite a neat strat. Also presumably switching to Grievous at the end of the level there to be able to move faster in the cantina, since Ewok is pretty slow. Laser trying to go for MVE there. Manages to hit the transition somehow. I'm unfamiliar with that there. Thought once you didn't hit it from below, it was over, but apparently there's a way of backing it up. The more you know. But since Laser is using Druidica, he can just sail through those gas valves there. Saber doing another out of bounds there for Half Battle Room 1. Anonymous also saved quite some time with their echo base time there. Nice to see. Laser's going to be stuck in this auto-scroller for quite a while, but he'll be making sure to push the player in front of him to sort of speed up the on-rails section a little bit. Phantom also seems to be struggling to get the second player to drop in behind to pull the lever, but manages to get the Stormtrooper to de-aggro, which allows him to get him to pull the lever. Definitely a strange situation to find yourself in, though. Especially if you haven't seen that in practice before, that can be really hard to back up. Anonymous coming up on the boulder here. Very infamous for being uncooperative and generally a time loss. See how it treats Anonymous. Definitely not looking like a great start so far. Having issues with targets looping around the back. Unfortunately, not a whole lot to be done there. Laser only has 2 more episodes to go now, episode 2 and episode 1. Still holding on strong with that 35-second lead. It's gonna be very nice to see if he can hold it till the very end. Just making sure to have Emperor on both players here in order to avoid the slow walk with Yoda. But otherwise, the Dooku boss fight is standard fanfare and very similar to 20%. Aside from the, oh, I forgot about these cycle skips with Boba that you can do. That's definitely different. Wouldn't have access to that in story, of course. Gunship Cavalry also um, fairly similar, except for the hovering that you can do with the ships by rapidly switching between them, which makes hitting the triggers there and transitions a lot easier. And of course also using the pod racer for that faster movement. Let's see, how are the runners doing? A lot of them are doing well, I'd say. A lot of them close to their PBs this early into the attempts is really nice to see. And of course, Laser very much ahead. Though he is heading into another RNG level here with Jedi Battle, where the waves at the end are completely random, which you can't really control in free play, unlike what you would do in any percent, where you can manipulate the RNG to be in your favor. Alright, that's the first wave taken care of. There's a second, now with the super battle droids as well. Gonna be using the Ghost Yoda slams here to deal damage to Django. Be pretty tricky to aim. but slow and steady does it. And if you're persistent enough, he will go down. Coming up for laser is probably another one of my favorites, and what I think most people would consider one of their favorite levels. There's a lot of cool movement in this one, with the Yoda slashing and the up warps as well. Hmm. I feel like I just blinked a couple, like just like maybe 2 times, and Dirt Factory's already over. Crazy how fast it goes. But Laser seems to have reclaimed some of his lost time from Jedi battle, which means he's now on to Discovery on Camino, where you can make your way across the missing bridge there with a fairly precise Boba fly. Of course, another triple jump to skip the button section there. And of course, as is typical, there's another triple jump for that. Definitely a lot of triple jumps, but a lot of them are, or at least I think the fun in free play is how even though you're doing like roughly the same thing, those triple jumps are all very distinct. Like they have their own timing and setup, most of them, which I think is really, really cool. Okay, this is interesting. Laser's opting to use Jordica to take care of the Django boss fight for the most part. You can also use Ghost Yoda's slams to deal damage there during the rocket phase, but as long as it gets the job done, that's what matters, right? With that, he'll be closing out episode 2, though, after he finishes Bounty Hunter Pursuit, which has a lot of clipping through walls as well, using the arc fighter. Can skip the first room there, but the second room here with the lights, he won't be able to skip, which you do have to complete. So he'll be switching to the Naboo Starfighter, taking care of all these turrets and firing the torpedoes at the targets. And that with a quick few blaster shots at the end there takes out the boss instantly as well. Probably the easiest trick to do in the entire run, since all you need to do is drop in a second player and hold the firing button down on both of them. Definitely a cool skip to try if you just want to dip your toes into the run. But with that said, only one episode left for Laser with a pretty big lead throughout, and that has stayed consistent throughout the entire run. So most likely that's going to continue. Though I just hope I don't curse it here, as commentators do. Couple more triple jumps. Some Yoda slashing after hitting transitions as well, since you can't move uh, during that technically, so slashing just gets you a bit further ahead while you're unable to move. Our runners are pretty far apart from each other by the looks of it. We have Laser close to finishing a run, um, while we have Rapho at the very beginning with Into the Death Star, Phantom slightly further ahead in episode 5, and Saber, which I'm unsure of since their route is different, but I believe they're about halfway through perhaps. Since they're doing a different route from most of our other runners here. All right, and here comes the big one, pod race. Now, I'm unsure of what Laser will do here, but I presume that they will be going for... Oh, they will be going for Godfraud. And they managed to just do it? Wow, I am very impressed. Um, I was fully expecting them to go for the quote-unquote normal pod fraud, but going for God fraud this late into the run is really commendable, which means they're probably very comfortable with doing it. Opting to do the different setup here for lap free. Managed to fall a clip out of bounds. They get the bounce. This is insane. And they get the speed. That is beautiful. Absolutely amazing from Laser, pulling off Godfraud that late into the run. I'm still in shock. I just really wasn't expecting it. Which means that he's closer than ever to finishing the run and starting out very strong.
It looks like I've joined in at a good time, actually. Uh, how is the lasers run going?
Oh, it's going quite well, with him being 30 seconds ahead. He's had a very consistent lead, sort of fluctuating between -40 to -20.
And it looks like he is past Padres, I guess, which
Yeah,
is which is probably the big gatekeeper this weekend, I would imagine, for the majority of runners.
absolutely. Which I think is also reflected by the choice of routing for both Saber and Anonymous, with starting with Godfraud first.
Oh, does Anonymous do episode one first?
I think he did. I'm unsure.
Oh,
Um,
nah, I wasn't paying attention there. But Laser choosing to do it at the end, though, which is, I guess, suggests his confidence with the trick.
yeah, absolutely.
Like, I think I forgot who else. I think Evan and Zach also are good, who you'll probably see later today. They also do a late episode one, which is the route that used to be for the longest time until I guess the new pod race trick like considered people to even start changing the routing.
Yeah.
But it's still faster to do the old route with episode 6 first. I guess other than Laser, has any one of the other runners got onto like a promising pace? I guess.
I don't think we've seen anything quite yet. Rafa went for a no reset run pretty early on. And I don't think we've seen anything else besides that.
I guess one thing to point out, I guess, is that it does say that, for example, like Anonymous is like 40 seconds behind, but also like he probably has a way better like PB than Laser.
Yeah,
Uh, Same
absolutely.
thing with Saber as well. Both Laser and Phantom probably have like the weakest PBs out
Yeah,
of the bunch here.
yeah, it's
So like, yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
no, it's just important to keep in mind that Anonymous and Saber have been running for quite a while. I guess Saber being a bit newer, but a lot of them have had a lot of time to sort of perfect their game.
Yeah, and what that means also is at least early in the event, like they could be fairly behind their PB and still get. Well, I guess none of these runners have actually even put up a time on the board yet, so anything they do would be an event best. But they could be like Anonymous and Saber could be behind PB and still get a fairly reasonable event time.
Yeah.
But speaking of, I guess, getting an event time, Laser is about to get the first one of this of BTR here with this last boss fight here on Maul. That's the last cycle there. It is interesting in free play. You have to do 3 platform cycles as opposed to 2 in any percent because we skipped the mall fight in the center room. But that
Yeah.
will be Laser finishing it off with a 108.13. So that's our first event PB of the day. Actually, is that like a real PB? Actually, at least it says so.
I would
32.
assume so, yeah.
So congratulations to Laser for a 108.13 and a new PB for him. So yeah, with Laser finishing that run, it looks like he's probably gonna take like a break. So actually, let me get someone else up there now. Switch over to Anonymous. And I guess who do you want up? Do you want Saber or Phantom in the hot seat?
Could be interesting to see some Phantom action.
Okay, sure. Let us that.
Yeah, definitely a very strong start.
I guess who I guess as a question to you, who I guess are you most interested to see play this weekend? I guess at this event.
I think probably Phantom, just because I haven't really seen much of him yet. Um, and since he's a new runner as well.
Yeah, I think of the runners here, I guess Phantom is probably the newest, I guess, or the least experienced in free play. He improved pretty rapidly during this past week during our qualifier event. So yeah, I guess I'm sure we'll expect to see a major PB out of him, I guess. I guess
Definitely,
yeah, go ahead.
definitely interesting to see a different strat here from Phantom, opting to use the R2 strat instead of the triple jump to skip the spy fight.
I will say Lasers a 108.13 actually not only it's a PB for him, but it moves him up on the boards. It actually puts him, I think, in front of Raffo now. Raffo be with a 108.30, who I guess is also in this event, but he hasn't put an event time up yet. So that would put, with Lasers 108.13, that would put him 7th on the free play leaderboards as of now.
Yeah, that's up 2 spots as well.
here on DSC, I guess on Anonymous's screen, you're gonna see, I guess, one of the new minor time saves that has been found in free play. This new line here where he's gonna normally for any percent. Actually, did he? Okay, I think he still got it there. But normally in any percent, you would could physically go back to the next room and to reload the trigger for Falconless. But there, they can go out of bounds and take a much quicker line uh, to do the same thing. Because in free play, they can basically clip through anything, so they can do that out of bounds there. Use the extra mouse droid speed to hit the out of bounds trigger from just within that room. And I don't know how much it saves, but it's one of the, I guess, a large amount of, I guess, smaller time saves that have been recently implemented in runs as people have been, I guess, practicing for BTR. You see on Phantom's screen there, that's the old strategy right there. Going back into the last room and just doing it similar to how we do it in any percent.
Yeah, definitely fun to see all these new strats.
That's I think a new one too on Anonymous's screen. Well, I guess I don't know how new it is, but like it wasn't probably in like a year ago.
Yeah,
It's a tech where you get stuck in the wall with Arc Fighter, then you drop in the other player to clip them through. Uh, I think Saber actually was probably I think the one that popularized that specific tech clipping tech. So yeah, that's another new one for this event. Anonymous not getting the torpedo dunk there. I think there's like I don't actually know what the setup is there, but apparently you can get like a really short torpedo path to the final target there on a rebel attack, which saves a little bit of time.
yeah. I'd imagine it's different to the first one.
I guess another question for you is I guess who do you think will win the event? I guess, and related to that, on what day, I guess, or if ever, I guess, do you think the free play record will be broken?
Oh, that's a good question. Uh, I think a popular contender for who will break the record is definitely Zach, since he holds the current world record. Um, and has been putting a lot of practice in.
Yeah,
Uh,
definitely. Yeah, the top four, like Zach, Evan, Saber, Anonymous, I think, have like a decent shot at it, I would say. But yeah, Zach probably the favorite.
yeah, I'm not sure when they'll get it though. It might be a bit later into the event. It might be as early as day one, but it's hard to say, right?
Yeah, I know. I don't think Zach is like running the full. I forgot. He might either is not like running tomorrow or is not running most of today. Uh, so that is one factor, I guess, against Zach. I guess is that he might have same thing with Evan. Actually, I think Evan isn't running Sunday morning.
Hmm.
So, which might actually, depending on how long Anonymous chooses to run in this event, might give him a little bit more of an advantage. But we'll see.
Yeah, for sure.
Actually, now that I'm remembering, I think didn't you used to run free play like for a little bit? I don't remember when's the last time you did like a free play run, but I like vaguely remember, I guess, you posting like a free play run like a year ago or something.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I think it must have been a year ago, yeah. Dabbled with a bit of free play. So a lot
For
of it
sure.
is familiar, but a lot of it is new as well with all the new strats.
Yeah, I guess like if you only ran a year ago, probably there's a lot of like I guess also there's probably just a lot of micro optimizations at the top level, I imagine.
Yeah.
Uh, which I guess is an interesting side by side between I guess Phantom and Anonymous because I guess you can get to see I guess Phantom like a newer level free play runner and Anonymous you can sort of see the slight differences. Though Kashyyyk is probably not the level with the most differences between like top level runners, I would say.
Yeah, I'd say it's mostly the same. I guess like maybe the wall climb with Grievous or the new one that the new setup that Zach found with
Oh
Yoda, I
yeah,
think.
probably.
But beyond that, mostly the same, I'd imagine.
They're probably the biggest differences are gonna be like on a little like feed like Echo base where there's like a lot of new stuff, and like Padre. Actually, I don't know. Do you know if Phantom does? I don't imagine Phantom is doing free play God Fraud unless he did it this week, and I'm just not aware of it.
I wouldn't count on it.
Yeah,
Um,
that's what I would expect.
I don't know if he has any experience with the any percent God fraud either. I'm not in the
I
loop
like
with that.
tried it. I thought he like tried it in Ladder League. Maybe I'm misremembering it with like another person though. So I had like a vague memory of him like attempting it like once in Ladder League, but
Yeah, very possible. But given how far into the route that episode one is, I wouldn't think so. It's very
yeah.
risky going for that.
Oh yeah, probably yeah. And he doesn't need it to like get significant PBs right now. Like his BPT is like a 111 pretty much, and he's still like almost a minute ahead. So
Yeah.
I guess I would also ask you. I guess outside of pod race, which is probably like the obvious answer for what's probably the most annoying level in free play now. Like, what do you consider to be the hardest levels in free play? I guess.
Uh, hmm. That's a good one. It's been a while since I ran, but I would probably say something like I guess it's not really hard like in and of itself. Like the tricks are okay to do, but like doing them really fast is really hard. And like CCT, um, especially the movement at the end of DV4, I always struggled with the animation cancels.
Oh, like the slashes in on
Yeah,
Vader. Yeah, that's probably actually now that I think about it. Yeah, I guess that's the one thing with free play is that I guess how would I describe it? It's like there like I guess free play is a lot of like the same trick in a sense, but like in each level, like it like all the clip like for example, like the stuff like the Yoda clips that you see like Phantom trying to do here, like all of them look like the same kind of clip, but like the timing on each of them is like very slightly different for like all of them.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of what free play is. Like there's a lot of like very broken like tech, like with the Yoda clipping and like that sort of stuff. But it's not that you execute it exactly the same everywhere and you'll like it's the exact same clip everywhere. And it's probably not obvious to like I guess like just watching the run itself, but if you actually play free play, like there's all these little differences, I guess, with the clips you have to keep in mind.
Yeah, definitely something that needs to be felt and not seen. Um, there are just so many minute differences between the different clips.
Anonymous doing I think one of my favorite parts of free play, which is the ship boosting in Coruscant. Normally, you know, in any percent, right, we only have access to the tiny Jedi starfighters, but here we have two Millennium Falcons, which I think it does end up making it like I don't know how much faster it is with two Millennium Falcons, but uh, the bigger ship size I think does make a difference in making this
Yeah,
auto scroller slightly faster.
yeah. It's a fun thing that can happen here as well, where you can sort of push the other player off the rails sometimes.
I think it's like right here. Actually, it's happened
Yeah,
like one
right here,
time right
yeah.
there. Yeah, yeah, it happened. I think it was it to Evan like once in a run. Uh, the problem, of course, is that you would think you know going off the rails would let you skip a part of the level, but once you go off the rails in this level, you just start falling. So you'll just fall all the way down to the bottom of the map and you'll get stuck.
Good thing that didn't happen to Anonymous then.
I guess this is probably not as big actually, but one other relevant factor to discuss, I guess, for free play is that because free play is like a new game plus category, basically the runners have access to all the red bricks. It's not like any percent where I guess you have where you have to go collect the red bricks and then buy them in the shop first. So you have access to I think like fast force, EBB, invincibility. That's a big one in like from the get go,
Mm.
which definitely I guess changes. I suppose like you like there's no risk from any enemy pretty much as a result of that, and you can just spam shots with exploding blaster bolts without ever worrying about like taking a potential death. Uh, Probably the most unique extra, which I guess we're not on Grievous, so probably this is not the best time to discuss it, is the it's Super Ewok Catapult, which is
Yes.
used specifically in Grievous to make that skip faster. Actually, I don't know. Is there any other interesting extras for free play that I'm forgetting about?
I guess no, you already mentioned vehicle smart bomb. I think for
Yeah,
Hoth battle.
yeah, that's similar to any percent, I think.
Yeah,
Of course,
and 80% also uses it.
yeah, same with infinite torpedoes, I guess as well.
Oh right, extra
Yeah.
toggle.
Oh yes, that yeah, that's a good one. I guess you want to discuss what extra toggle does in this game.
Yeah, so extra toggle gives you access to uh, other characters that you wouldn't get on your reel normally. And for certain levels, we use extra toggle to be able to get access to those characters. I guess the most notable example are like episode 4. Uh, actually, is that the only episode we use extra toggle in? I think
Let me
so, right?
think. So let me think. So yeah, extra tall. The main ones in episode 4, the big extra tall characters, obviously. First, the fast character, so like Mouse Droid, which is the fastest character in the game. I think Imperial Engineer is Imperial Engineer an extra toggle. I think it is, right?
Yes.
that has a unique animation where it like flops forward, which you might see, like when you go into the next room, like when you go, you can have the Imperial Engineer like flop forward to gain like extra movement when the room starts. Uh, Womp Rat can be used in certain levels. It's also another very fast character. Am I forgetting like an obvious extra toggle character? Episode
I,
4.
I think that's it, right? Womp and Spaceport and Mouse Droid and
Yeah, the Death
Rescue the
Star level.
Princess and Death Star Escape.
Yeah. Yeah, most of the extra toggle characters are, I guess, kind of gimmicky. Like for example, Junland, you can play as all of the different droids that are sold by the Jawas and the Sandcrawler. None of those are particularly useful. Uh,
Yeah.
like there's like really weird ones was it Ruin of the Jedi has like training remote, which is a really weird character. Like it has like a lot of weird properties because because it's like flying above the ground. Like you actually don't have like a respawn point set when you die. So very often if you get killed as training remote, like you'll just like respawn like way behind where you previously were. Uh any other notable extra toggle characters I'm thinking of? And then there's like all sorts of like wacky ones, I guess.
Yeah.
Actually, now that I think about it, are there extra toggles in ship levels? I never thought about that. Like, do you get like I don't know, like Buzz Droid or something? I don't know, in like a ship level as extra toggle.
I don't think so. I can't think of it anyway.
Yeah, I'm
But
not too sure about that, but
yeah. It would be really cool if you could like bring the mini kit ships with you.
yeah, the it's probably not as well known, I guess, but like in the mini kit levels, there's like a lot of unique vehicles that you cannot use in the main ship levels. Like I think Star Destroyer is like one of them. And you have like you can even play as like Droidica, I think, in one of the ship levels, which is
Yeah.
sort of weird. But yeah, so it's sort of a shame. Uh we can't bring Droidica into a ship level. Anonymous fiddling with his controls, or I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it looks like we're seeing pretty, I guess, similar paces from both Anonymous and Saber. Saber's slightly worse than Anonymous. Well, actually, maybe not because PB is better. Uh, yeah, these probably won't PB, but actually, will it be? I forgot. So wait, on the episode 1 starting route, what episode does it end on again? I forgot.
Uh, that's a good question. I'm honestly not entirely sure. Um,
I mean, assuming Anonymous's BT is 106 right now, I would assume it would have to end on this episode, right? So, or
yeah.
actually, so yeah, I see. It presumably ends on like episode 2. Uh, Phantom here, I guess, is playing Gunship, which is one of the levels, I guess, that doesn't really change too much from Freebase, especially this last room. Oh, his bomb got eaten by one of those. I guess what are those like Hellfire droids there?
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, it
this
doesn't.
end room is basically played exactly the 90%. There's no real way to skip it.
Yeah. I guess the only thing that really changes in Gunship would be the first room with the like hovering that you can do by
Yeah, yeah,
switching, but it's pretty minor.
yeah. The yeah, you're afraid like the two barrier skips. yeah, are done slightly differently because you can extend your flight by like spam swapping on the ships. Uh, I guess Jedi Battle is another one that's like fairly similar, though I guess Pillars is played completely differently. But like at the end of the day, there's really no skip for a level like Jedi Battle. Uh,
Yeah.
because also it's so I guess late in the run, uh, and also like I don't think anyone cares about this on free play. There is no manipulation done of the patterns here. But again, because you can just spam so fast in this, like, and just move around so quickly, I don't think anyone has ever really seriously considered doing like RNG manipulation for this, for Jedi Battle and free play.
Yeah. Definitely a lot harder to do as well, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it's probably played very fairly similarly, I guess, to how Jedi Battle used to get played. Actually, back in the day, I guess when we thought it was all like random, I don't know. I guess the people that were like technically better at it, I guess, were the people that had like more of, I guess, sort of like a natural intuition of where the droids might be, though. Uh, I think there's like I forgot like what the old rules were. It was like if you go right too far, start going left after a while. Like I forgot what the old like tutorial said about Jedi Battle, but
Yeah. Roughly something like go left for a droid in wave 1 and then go right and then left.
yeah, that's definitely not the way it is now. But with free play, you can kind of see roughly, you just kind of wing it like you used to. Um, yeah, just check also. No one else has joined us yet. It's just still these 5 runners, right? Don't think anyone else. Yeah. I forgot when Zach said he would join. I think it's much later in the day. I know he slept fairly late last night. Same thing with Evan as well, but we should expect to see them probably past noon, I would say, in the afternoon today. Actually, how is Anonymous like 2 minutes to BP? Actually, I wasn't paying attention. Do you remember what
Quite.
level you lost that much time on?
I can't really imagine where he'd lose that much time. Must have been something in Droid Factory, I guess, since that must have been the previous
Because like,
level.
because it's like 20 seconds that he lost somewhere, right? Or maybe it was Jedi Battle. I don't know, but maybe he had like a terrible wave or something.
Yeah, it might be. Trying to find it here. No, I'm not quite sure. I can't see it here.
Oh, maybe he was just much further behind than I remembered. I guess
Might be, yeah.
maybe he lost like 2 minutes while we were going off on a tangent about extra toggle or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see Raffo in the classic early episode 6 reset mentality right there. Uh, if you don't, um, what is it? Do pod race, I guess, first. This is the traditional route where I think you play a riskier, I guess, ultra kill strat here.
Yeah.
See, I don't know what is the safer alternative to this. I forgot that I guess all the episode 1 runners are doing.
I think they do a different strat to Raffo, since Raffo is doing this with one player only. I think what you usually do is you have both players called in and then have, or like position the player such as that you like roll with Jordica uh, far enough, and then you push the Emperor in with the other player. So a bit different to what Rafo's doing right now, where he's just using one player to push.
Yeah, maybe we'll see it later when it comes up. But yeah, if you I guess the old reasons I think that it was done on episode 6 first is that there's this level, and there's also I think most of the episode 6 levels in general, but like I think what is like Into the Death Star, which is not a level you would expect to have variance in free play, because in any percent Into the Death Star, the main source of variance is the torpedo luck at the start, which doesn't exist in this. But even in this category, supposedly, I think people have trouble with it, so they tend to play it first. Guess we'll continue that tangent in a second because Anonymous should be finishing his run right here. I've not seen this Dooku setup before, or Dooku's like in the corner, like in the barrels. But that is a new event best for Anonymous, and I think currently that is the best time, beating Lasers 108.13 with a 107.30. So congratulations to Anonymous.
Congrats.
107.30? Is it, just double check that, is that correct?
Let's see.
Yep. Yep. Okay.
Yep.
There. Alrighty. Guess with that, I'll also put Saber up, I guess.
Yeah, both Saber and Phantom are close to finishing their runs.
Yeah, Saber, I think because of the better PB, even though I think he's even more behind than Anonymous was, but he probably. But actually, no, he's playing. He plays episode 2 up, right? So that's his. Yeah, he'll probably beat Anonymous here. He's pacing like a high 106 probably, assuming something like slightly wrong goes wrong in Dooku.
Dooku's a very short split normally.
Yeah, and really, I think honestly, I'm trying to think because free play. Would you say there's a lot of places where you can actually have like huge like single trick disasters? Because normally, like in any percent right for this level, you can miss Dooku skip and that's like 20 plus seconds. But like in free play, are there like major like skips like that other than pod race? Like single tricks where you can have like you miss it once and like you're down like 30 seconds off the bat.
I guess it depends, because if you don't know the backup for certain things, then it can be really difficult. I don't know of anything that really comes to mind. I guess there's like MVE. If you don't hit the transition from the bottom, then if you have trouble like clipping out again, then that can be really bad.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess like I think probably like one of the bigger mistakes you make in free play, I guess, is like you just reattempt the same clip like 10 times and then it just doesn't like I guess work.
Yeah.
Uh that is another event best. Anonymous had a very short time at the top of the leaderboard, but he has been dethroned because Saber has just gone a 106.44. That is the new event best. So congratulations to him for the 106.44. Again, none of these times will be standing at the end of the day. I imagine all of them will get a better run, like very soon.
Yeah, it's still pretty early on into the event. We
Yeah,
still have a solid 8 hours left of the
we're
day
like
one.
2 hours in, roughly, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's actually, I'll phantom their laser there.
Phantom seems to have brought himself back from a deficit here, just barely ahead. Just 0.2 ahead. We'll see if he can push it further.
Yeah, it looks like both Saber and Anonymous are probably going to take a break, I guess, before going back to attempts. So it makes sense.
Yeah.
I guess that leaves us with Phantom, Laser, and Raffo, I guess. I guess a fun fact about Raffo, which you probably can't see because the screen is too small, but I think he is the only person not playing TCS with the English language. I believe it's probably French. I cannot read that text, but it is not English. On this TCS.
Oh yeah, that's true. I would imagine it's French.
Yeah, Raffo is from France. I think he actually no, that's not true. Laser is not from the U.S., but I think it is just Laser and Raffo that are two non-U.S. runners for this event.
I guess Gilded as well. Or
Oh, that's right. I
Phantom.
forgot Gilded was. Phantom was right in front of me, and I completely forgot about him. Yeah, that's right. Gilded is somewhere in Germany. I think it was German. I believe.
Yes, German. Yeah, we'll be seeing Phantom doing the regular pod fraud. Definitely makes sense this late into the run.
I guess maybe another thing to discuss for free play is obviously the main thing with Lego games is that they're co-op games by design, but we in 90% we control both characters with 1P2C. I guess I'm curious, how would you characterize, I guess, 1P2C in free play compared to that? I would say it definitely feels or looks a lot different
Yeah,
in how it's applied.
I think like for any percent, you have more of like I guess the goal in itself is sort of the same. You're still trying to like multitask and stuff, but for any percent, like the 1P2C is I guess a lot more prevalent in the sense, because the second players have often dropped in for longer because you need them for more tasks. But in free play, it's like usually momentarily. Like you just kind of drop in the second player and then you let them do their thing and then you just instantly drop them out again.
Yeah, I think with free play, yeah, one thing to note, I guess, is the drop in mechanics. When you have a character dropped in and you try to call them in, it's a little bit different from story, where if your character is far away in free play and you try to drop them in, they'll just instantly teleport to you. It's like a little puff of smoke. Uh, which yeah, I think yeah, I would agree with you that like probably a lot of the 1P2C in free play is just, mainly you're on one character, but then when you need a multitask, you just instantly call in your second player to do that. Where yeah, and any percent you definitely get a lot more like you have both characters and you're walking through like a very long room and you never drop out the two characters. That sort of a thing. Because any percent obviously you don't want the AI to get stuck on things, which actually happens quite a bit.
Yeah. One thing that I
Interest.
think,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, one thing that I find really interesting as well is that the like sort of drop-in mechanic for free play isn't like is pretty unique to TCS, I think.
Oh, is it? I
Um,
wasn't aware of that.
since I've been running a lot of Lord of the Rings free play recently, and that mechanic doesn't exist there. You have to get both players across.
Yeah, it's very interesting because it's even in this game, like on Wii, I think the free play drop-in mechanic is different. Like, I think it's more like any percent for Wii, where like you can't instantly warp your character. Uh, so actually, now that I think about it, like, what games even have this like feature? Because it's not even like all TCS. Oh no, Phantom, missing the corner cut there and getting the bad respawn. Luckily, you can just jump up here, but it's a
Yeah.
unfortunate mistake there. But yeah, as you said, so you're saying that the later Lego games they don't even, I guess, have this mechanic.
Yeah, the ones I know anyway. Like a lot
It's
of the earlier games, I think have it. Lij has it, for instance.
probably all the 1.0 game. Uh,
Yeah,
Here, actually, here's something to bring up also. Phantom, you see, is doing the two droidekas called in and shooting. There's a lot of different ways you can actually push Maul off here with the shots. You can have two players called in. You can have one player animation canceling, where you swap between the characters to shoot faster, which I think is faster than the two-player version. And the version that nobody can do because nobody has hands this good is two-player animation canceling, which would theoretically be the fastest, but nobody can do that because nobody can, I guess, do like animation cancel shoot with two players. I think. Yeah, Phantom. I didn't know he didn't do like the one-player animation cancel.
yeah. I still think it's like a really creative solution to not being able to animation cancel if you're like newer to the category.
Yeah. I guess maybe he's just not as familiar with it, or like his grip isn't like conducive to it. I guess I don't know how he like holds the controller or like his keyboard grip or something. Which I guess is one other thing with free play is that you do need to press a lot more buttons. You do need to be able to press the it depends on how people bind them, like either to like triggers or bumpers on controller. The two swap buttons for free play. Those are the two added buttons compared to
Yeah.
8%. And like the 1P2C grip on controllers already just awkward. But yeah, anyway, Phantom finishing with a 13.22. So congratulations to him. That is barely not a PB, which is a little unfortunate, but I have no doubt that he will improve that time very shortly. So that is a 1:13.22 from Gilded Phantom. Look at that, we already have 4 times on the board. The only person I think that has not put up a time yet is Raffo
Yeah.
of our existing pool of runners. Actually, also, can you just check very briefly if Anonymous is actually running or if he's still out?
Let me check.
Yeah, just to make sure I don't need to like refresh his stream or something like that.
Uh,
Yeah. Anonymous's PBs because Coolison I guess asked it in chat. I guess I'll just say what everyone's PBs are. Zach, who has the world record, has a 102.47. So we're still a fair bit off from that with our existing times. But yeah, that is the record to beat from Zach, 102.47. Evan is in second place with a 103.44. Saber very shortly after him, a 103.59. Anonymous who is fourth place, is a 105.09. And then of course we have Notna, who is not in this event, unfortunately. But he would have been in fifth place with a 106.10. That's top 5 in free play.
yeah, doesn't look like Anonymous is live unless he's live on an alt.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Just check. Are you swapping the people? I guess on the layout.
I could try doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to check because it said you were there. So yeah, you can swap it. I guess. Just put like laser first. I guess and Raffo. I guess.
Yeah.
I guess in the meantime, trying to think. I guess one tricky thing I guess with free play is like it is just such a short category. You know. You almost run out of things to say about free play, I guess. But there are a lot of things to say, I guess. Trying to think. I mean, what level do you think is like the most different from any percent? I guess there's a lot of like different levels, obviously, in free play, but
Yeah. Guess a couple levels come to mind. I guess 90% has sort of gotten more similar to it recently with a 12 button skip, but Andor I'd say is pretty radically different.
yeah, and
At least for room 2, like with all the triple jumps and such.
yeah, yeah. Though it's weird, like as you said, like it's become a lot more similar to it in the past. Like I guess very recently because of 12 buttons. You like effectively you go over the gates, just like I guess free play in a sense. And like even free play cannot skip the bunker, I guess. One of the very few like unskippable sections in free play where like you can jump over, the force field to build to like the bomb section at the end of the bunker, but the bombs just are not active.
Yeah.
So no matter what, you cannot skip it. Which is not true in LSW2, weirdly enough, where they have the same level But in that game, the bombs are actually buildable without completing the rest of the bunker, so you can actually save time in LSW2, assuming you clip over the top of the bunker there. Weirdly, in TCS, it's different. I actually have no idea why they changed it. Maybe they thought somebody would be able to skip their puzzles, I guess.
There's a lot of minor differences between the two games.
I guess what do you I guess give us some LSW2 trivia. I guess what's like the most obscure difference you know about between those games?
I guess a pretty obscure difference would be the end of the Falcon Flight cutscene with the Boba Fett voice line that's missing in TCS.
Oh, like the laugh.
Yeah. There's a lot of places like that.
Yeah, like I don't actually know. Like in TCS, is it just like a mistake? Like did they forget to do the line, or was it like a deliberate choice? I wonder. But that kind of a thing.
I can't imagine it's deliberate.
Well, I don't know, because like the laugh is kind of like goofy. I guess it's like a heh heh heh, like that kind of a laugh. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe.
They also don't have the scream from the pilots and negotiations as well.
Oh yeah, well yeah, that's in LSW1, but
yeah, still a similar thing.
It's sort of weird what they decided to change in TCS. Like I think Yoda is very different in LSW1 as well, because he has like his little floating chair, I think.
Oh yeah, in LSW1, yeah. Yoda movement is a lot different.
Yeah, in LSW1 there is like basically an infinite flying glitch with Yoda, which we do not have in TCS. I don't know, this is not turning out to be a very fun Dagobah for Raffo there, but honestly, this makes me also wonder, like, what would free play be like? I guess like without with certain key characters removed. Like what if you like got rid of Yoda in free play? Like what would the category look like?
Yeah.
Because like I think Yoda is probably the most broken character in the game. Like in terms of like just the variety of random things you can do with Yoda.
Yeah.
And all the large characters in general. Because actually, I don't know, like, why do you think Yoda specifically, like, I guess has all of these, like, issues where you can, like, use him to clip, you can even, like, store his position and, like, use him to collect mini-kits remotely. Like, there's all sorts of, like, really bizarre, like, things you can do with Yoda. But I, like, wonder why Yoda specifically. That's, like, all these, like, little, I guess, tricks you can do with him.
Yeah, it really is puzzling why Yoda specifically has like all these different properties.
The only thing I can think of is that Yoda is like a short character, and I think if you look at when you swap to Yoda, like the game I think like does a correction where he like gets pulled down to the floor. Like I think like if you swap from like Droideka to Yoda, like I think the game does some sort of correction there, so maybe that's like the root cause of all this. But like regardless, like Yoda, I mean, like, is there anything Yoda can't do? I guess in this game, like he can clip through everything pretty much. You know, also very useful, you know, when entering a room, just like Imperial Pilot, where you can do the Yoda like slash, and that'll carry you forward through a transition. Very useful as well.
Yeah, I guess there's the mini kit grabs as well. You can do. You can like extend your hitbox with Yoda.
Oh yeah. I forgot if that's like Yoda exclusive, or is it just all lightsaber characters? I don't know, but
Not sure.
oh, here is a relatively new strat from Raffle also. This Falcon Flight slide here. That was not. I don't think that was the common strat. Probably
Yeah.
Falcon Flight is probably one of the levels that's the most similar to any percent in the sense that you just basically have to go through all the rooms. At the end of the day, like, you can't skip the bullet.
Yeah. I was actually really surprised to see that hill climbing strat, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
free
it's
play.
weird because I think that's been known about. Well, actually, no. Well, so that one is probably not as well known about the left side one, but the right side hill slide has been known about for like years, like probably back to like 2019, I would imagine. So
Yeah.
it's interesting that I guess they're messing with that now. Yeah, there you go. There's Raffo, Cantina de Mos Eisley.
Yeah.
The language. I don't know anyone else in the community that plays alternate language on TCS. Like even like the non-American or Canadian runners, I guess. Because it's not like games. I think there's like other speed games where like RPGs or something where like text size matters and it saves time to swap to a language. In TCS, obviously, there's no time save.
Yeah. I think the only other runner I can think of that admittedly doesn't really do it for TCS, but Laser Trap, known for their DS runs, usually play in different languages.
That's very interesting. Is there a reason for it, or like is it just?
Sometimes it's because it's faster, but usually just for the fun of it.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. There is a really weird like region difference, not in this game, but I think in like, is it like LIJ where in Europe like the ratings board for games. So in the US it's the ESRB, but I don't know what it is in Europe. Like I think it's like there's a screen that says what age this game rated at. I guess like,
Yeah.
and I think it's slower because on the European version because that shows up. So you want to trick the game into thinking that it's in the US because it just won't display that message. I forgot if it was LIJ or some other game that had that. But
Yeah, I think it's in the US for the LIJ actually. That the ESRB.
Oh, is it reversed to where the US shows the ESRB and then
Yeah.
okay, yeah, I got it flipped around. But yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess in that case you have it play in a different region, not because of the language, but because of some random law, I guess.
Yeah. It's kind of silly.
Yeah, see gymnastic clarifying there. Yeah, it's flipped. Okay. Actually Raffo doing the strat there, I guess the faster strat where you have two players like pulling at the camera there, which does have a chance of soft lock at 80%. I don't know if free play they have the same problem, actually. But,
I'm
like,
not
you
too
can
sure
see how
myself
fast that
either.
strat is.
I don't know if people ever really reached a consensus on the whole strat, or if it's just
The double
placebo.
VSB? I think
Yeah,
it
the
is
double VSB.
definitely faster. But like this, the only reason why people don't do it is the soft lock, the potential soft lock. Which, I think Raffo just lost his toe cable there, which is a little unfortunate. I guess you'll see Laser just triple jumping over everything here. It's interesting. I think like triple jumping is probably one of the oldest glitches ever found in this game. Like there's I think there's videos of people doing like back in the early 2000s. Like maybe one of the most discovered, I guess, glitches in this game.
Yeah, probably one of the easiest ones to discover as well.
Yeah,
I
all
would
you need to
say.
do, is just, I think, do a double jump slam and swap when the slam happens, pretty much.
Yeah. It's really easy to do.
See, that makes me wonder actually how old even Yoda, because like I don't remember a time before like Yoda was heavily used in the free play run. But I don't think there was a lot of people posting like Yoda clipping back in the day. Okay, we do have a message from Zach. He may be joining us. Looks like he potentially overslept, but who knows? From my discussed last night, but we might get another runner fairly shortly, which will be exciting. I guess did Anonymous say when he would be back? Actually, let me just double check. And Jablakey also says he's live as well. Actually, if you want to pull up Jablakey.
Yep, sure.
Yeah, that's a runner we haven't seen yet. Jablakey. Jablakey currently is 10th on the free play leaderboard with a 109.28. So, ahead of Gilded Phantom, but behind Flaming Laser. Yeah, there we go. We have Jablakey dying there. I don't know if he's going to start with practice or whatever. No, or maybe he'll just like head right into it. But actually, I think there was an extra I forgot about, which is used here. We were talking about the unique extras to free play earlier. One of them I forgot. Is it Super Jedi Slam? I believe it's used here on
Oh
these
yeah,
Django.
yeah.
Where Django normally he's up in the air, so you cannot hit him with just a normal lightsaber slam. But I think the extra is like Super Jedi Slam or something. That lets you actually hit him, because normally in that fight you're supposed to deflect the pistol shots from him. But there we can just use the lightsaber slam to deal damage to him, and you also see that in Jedi battle as well. So that's an extra that we completely forgot about when we were discussing play extras earlier.
Yeah. That's something I never really reflected about. Super Jedi Slam actually making much of a difference. So I think it's really easy to just sort of gloss over.
Yeah, I mean, there's like I'm just trying to think. Like this game has a lot of like weird extras, and like I think for years, like we've always been trying to look to see if there's like some new use for an extra that we can, put into the run. But yeah, there's a lot of the extras are really like they're not gonna do much. Uh, like poo money, for instance. I don't think we're gonna see any use of that extra in a run anytime soon. Other
No.
categories though do have other extras that are useful. Like stud magnet is interesting in that it actually expands your hitbox. I think, allowing you
Hmm.
to hit certain mini kits that you wouldn't otherwise be able to hit. But obviously, in this category, we're not collecting the mini kits, and I think like Super Zapper is used in like some challenge runs, where because Super Zapper can cancel a super jump, so that I think sometimes gets used. But I'm trying to think, if there's any other weird extras in this game. I think also free play has disarm troopers on as well, but it doesn't matter because there's invincibility.
Yeah. Yeah, Stud Magnet, while not really that useful for free play, or if at all, it's really useful for Hundo, especially.
Yeah,
That and like Mini Kit
obviously,
Rush and stuff
yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. And obviously also stun multipliers are really useful in like something like Hondo.
Yeah.
So yeah. Um I guess maybe while we're at it, we can discuss, I guess, some related categories to this. Because this is the first time we've seen a non any percent BTR run, I guess, on LSR. Um, the other main categories for this game, other than any percent in free play, are there's all challenges, there is all mini kits, all canisters, 100%. There's two variants of that, and prequels, I guess. Um, Challenges is basically the category where they place like a bunch of like mini kits in the level and you have to collect them. But the main, which plays very similar to free play, but like the crucial difference between it and free play is that they do not allow extras, which I think drastically changes the way that category feels, I would say. You don't have invincibility and you don't have those sort of key extras that really change the way certain rooms feel, I guess.
Yeah. From the little I've played of it, it definitely makes a difference. Makes you have to play a lot more carefully and maybe like be a bit more mindful of where you position yourself when you decide to take a shot and so on.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot less aggressive and a lot more methodical, or at least like something you actively have to think about as compared to free play.
It's sort of odd, actually. I'm trying to think why they banned those extras in challenges, actually. I know maybe because it has like a built-in timer. Maybe like they thought if you have extras, you could like be drastically faster or something. So they didn't want to like let you cheat the timer or something. No, but yeah,
Yeah,
that category does not allow extras, though it has a lot of the same free play movement because you can swap between characters fairly.
yeah. I mean, a lot of the core is still there with the Yodica clipping and such, but
Raffle having a bit of trouble with that clip there from Room One of Princess. I guess speaking of free play tech, I guess we've mentioned a lot of I guess the unique tech to free play already. I guess one that we haven't I guess explicitly discussed is upwarping, which I guess you just saw on laser screen like in the first room of uh I always forget what this level's called, Escape. In free play, if you are underneath a floor and you swap a character, you will automatically get teleported up to the top of the floor, and that lets you gain height pretty quickly in certain places. In any percent, you would just have to like jump all the way up, but in free play, you can just instantly swap and be on top of the floor.
yeah. I'm wondering if obviously it's used elsewhere, but I'm trying to think of like exactly where it is. Because
Upwarp?
obviously Room 1 escape.
Yeah. Upward. I mean, I feel like maybe some of them got like obsolete. I don't know. I'm trying to think actually throughout the run where the upwarps are used. It really isn't that many places. I guess an interesting. I guess here actually I'll
Yeah,
wait.
DSC, yeah.
Well, I'll talk about probably pod race. I guess while lasers at it. There's two different setups you can do for a free play pod race. You saw laser doing the any percent lap one, which is probably what a lot of the runners do now. Most of the any percent runners will probably opt for that strat because there really is no difference between lap one on free play pod race versus any percent pod race. The main difference on this level probably is on lap three, because on lap three of pod race compared to any percent, uh, you do not have time to set up the special angle. Oh, what happened to that? Is an unfortunate. Yeah, I think he missed lap two there. But anyway, like on lap three, in any percent, you have a tiny cutscene in between lap 2 and lap 3, which lets you basically set up a special angle on the controller to let you do the setup there. Free play does not have the cutscene, so we do a different setup for free play pod race with the Arc Fighter, which you'll probably see, I guess, later, since Laser chose to restart the level. At least in free play, you don't have to watch that pod race opening cutscene. But you'll be losing quite a bit of time here because of it.
Yeah, I guess on the topic of like cutscenes and pod race, hitting this lap 2 trigger, coming from any percent was really difficult for me starting out
Yeah,
because you have
there's
like the
a
cutscene as a sort of buffer, I guess.
yeah, cause yeah, there's a little mid-tro that plays in lap 2 as well. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's the same miss actually there, which is a little unfortunate, but yeah, but I guess the good news from Laser is he is like getting this lap 1 pretty well actually, which usually this is the what's considered the harder part. He misses the clip there, but at this point, he's just practicing at this point. He's probably not gonna finish this run, but uh yeah, lap 1 is usually the place where you mess up, but like as you said, because that cutscene doesn't exist also on lap 2, you have to react a little differently on lap 2 as well. Yeah, unfortunately,
Yeah.
this is the risk with doing pod race late is that if you're not that confident on this level, it's right at the end of the run, you'll kill a lot of your pace, I guess. Because you're getting over very quickly there. It's really having a good lap ones. It's just this lap 2 probably. Actually, do you see like what he's messing up on lap 2? Like I'm
Not entirely sure. I think he's probably just
that's
going a
correct.
bit too far
Oh,
left.
okay. Yeah, I almost thought he was gonna miss the the rock there, but yeah, this is the arc fighter getting stuck method for lap 3, and that should work. So he should be able to. He will be out of pod race here. Oh, though he's backwards. Um, didn't get enough speed, I guess. So yeah, he's stuck backwards for the rest of this lap, but he can finish the level. Yeah, and Raffo also unfortunately reset on Falconless, which is unfortunate there. So that actually probably we'll put up. I guess you want to put up Saber and I don't know Phantom. Actually, who has the better pace here? Probably Jablakey. Actually, let's put up like Saber and Jablakey, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, I don't know who. Yeah, make sure I think Saber probably will give him the sound. Uh, yeah, Laser. Unfortunately, he's not gonna not be able to P this one, but got in his Padres practice, I guess. And we also have some news. Second place free play runner E Roadhouse is live as well. So I guess we're gonna have to go to the sixth person actually. We have six
Yep.
people running. It's pretty good for the first.
Gonna try and get E Roadhouse up here.
Yeah, Evan probably of the runners that we've seen so far is the most experienced. The one that's probably been the community the longest of the existing runners that we see. Though Raffo has honestly done this category for a long time as well. Yeah, there you go. There's Evan starting his attempts. Oh yeah, I think that's the Jedi Destiny strat you're talking about, right? That Evan just did
Yeah.
there. Yeah. Opts not to play it risky. Yes. Which is fine. He's probably just gonna do like a warm up run, I imagine.
Yeah, much like our other runners have been doing earlier in the day.
Yeah, actually, I don't know. Do you know if Evan's been recently doing like off stream attempts? Actually, I don't quite remember. He has gotten a recent PB. I know, like within like the past like 3 months or something. Uh,
Yeah,
but
I'm not sure.
I think like of the runners on screen, Phantom has probably done the most like on stream attempts recently. I would imagine.
Yeah, I've been seeing a fair bit of activity in the streams channel. I think the most recent thing I've seen from Evan was his pod race IL for free play, but I'm not sure if he's done any actual free play run practice as a
Oh
whole.
yeah, I'm sure he's done a little bit of it on this, but I guess I know never. This is the first time around. I thought that was the second time I'm there for Jabligi. Jabliki forcing I think a couple of the tables there, but like the intention of that strat is you want to deactivate C3PO so that you can call him in later to just warp back instantly. Which I think that's like the only use of that, like an intentional deactivate to like set like I guess like a warp point, I guess. Call in. You know, that you don't really see that in a lot of the other levels.
Yeah, I think that might actually be the only instance.
And actually I think that's one of the things that made I guess GTF for free play like actually saved because like for there was this period where like you know obviously before we did any percent in GTF and any percent where like it was very easy to do in free play but people didn't do it I think because like it didn't save but that's like one of the small optim done there to actually make it save time consistent play. Here's CCT, I think a level that you were speaking about like about an hour ago, I guess. Uh Blakey struggling a little bit with this clip. Actually, I guess in your opinion, like what do you think is the worst Yoda clip in the run, actually? Though obviously I don't think you've done all of like the Yoda clips that are possible now because you
Yeah.
ran like a year ago. But because I actually don't know what is the hardest clip, like the trickiest one to time, I guess.
I think a really finicky one would probably be the one you used to skip the Vader fight in Dagobah. That
Oh,
one's pretty tricky.
yeah, that maybe. I think there was a clip in like I think it's in like Ruin of the Jedi where it used to be called like RNG clip for no reason. Like I don't think it actually is like an RNG clip, at least what Zach told me, but I think Zach just said like I think you couldn't get it like for a while. So then he just called it like RNG clip.
Yeah.
But I think definitely one thing that has improved, I think, over the years is that like people have really mastered like the timing on some of these clips, uh, compared to just I guess like winging it. I guess in years past.
Yeah. I definitely think the free play tutorial has helped with that.
Yeah, that's true. For those actually, that's a good point to mention. For those that are interested in learning, uh, I guess either this category or any percent. I would say type exclamation Discord to join the Discord, but unfortunately Nightbot is broken. But if you go to our speedrun.com page, speedrun.com/LSW you should find a link there to join the Discord if you're interested in either this category or any of the other categories for this game. There's definitely a lot of people there that are willing to help you out if you are interested in the game. And like you said, for this category specifically, there's been a very nice tutorial by Evan, uh, the runner that most recently joined us, that goes through a lot of the fundamentals of this category. I don't know when. Unfortunately, yeah, I don't know when we're gonna get Nightbot fixed. But but yeah, I guess in the meantime, as for like the schedule of this event, we are going to be running this until 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today, and tomorrow we'll start again at the same time, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So 2 days of free play. Well, I guess maybe this is something else to discuss. I guess does this category still have character wheel RNG? Actually, I don't remember if any of those current strats have obsoleted some of those. But in the past, actually, one thing to note about the free play character wheel is that uh, you can control obviously who your P1 and P2 are, but and depending on the level, you might get characters in your wheel that are like dependent on the level itself. But there are, I think, cases where like certain characters where like you can get them randomly and like it actually saves time to randomly get like specific characters on level. Though it might not be the case anymore. Like I think like Grievous is one of those characters, for instance, where if you get him on the wheel in like specific levels, maybe you can save a bit of time.
Yeah. I guess I guess it's kind of been obsoleted, but like in Speeder Showdown, you obviously want Grievous, but you also get a random Jedi, and there's a chance for that Jedi to be Yoda, in which case you need extra toggle to switch to a trooper to be able to triple jump
Oh, I actually I
or
didn't know
like do the
about
wall
that.
climb. I guess besides that, I guess there's also Darth Maul, where that same thing can happen. And then of course also the Grievous role, as you mentioned.
Yeah. Uh, yeah, the character wheel RNG. Luckily, in this game, it isn't too bad. From my understanding, though, there are certain Lego games I think where like you just need a specific character, and if you don't get the character, you reset the level. I forgot like what game it was, but I remember during the Lego in-person meetup, I distinctly remember someone playing. I forgot what game it was. Maybe it was like Marvel superheroes or something like that, where like you had to just reset to get like one specific character on the wheel for some clip or something. I don't. So luckily, this game doesn't have as bad of a character RNG, and definitely less than it used to. But I guess that is one other weird thing with the free play category because uh, you're sort of at the mercy of what the game selects for you on the character wheel. But it's pretty consistent most of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, their Viola clarified like Jurassic World. You want to get the Velociraptor or something on the first level. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. That might upset some of our T-Rex fans in here.
Yeah. I guess maybe you might actually know a bit more about this, like free play in other Lego games. I guess how would you compare them to TCS free play? Because I know like Lij free play, for instance, Lego Indiana Jones, probably doesn't have quite the same feels like TCS free play, for instance.
Yeah, it's pretty different from the little I ran it. I haven't really ran free play as such, but I ran Mini Kit Rush, which is very similar. I mean, you still have the same tech, um, and I'd say it's pretty different. I mean, there's not as much clipping really. Uh, it's mostly like I guess there are clips as well, but you usually don't clip for like vertically. Like it's always like a lag clip or a switch or similar.
Yeah.
I
Honestly,
guess
like
there's that and the lag as well, which is very different.
honestly, like I think like most free plays probably. Well, I guess like the early game. Well, actually, that's not true because like Batman free play is probably almost as broken as this,
Oh yeah, if not
but
more
Lego Indiana
broken.
Jones probably is like doesn't have as broken of a free play, I guess, as TCS.
Yeah,
But
I definitely agree with that statement.
I guess it just goes to show like the big thing that those games do not have is Yoda, I guess, and Droideka, I guess, by proxy, and those are
Hmm.
the bread and butter of this category. Uh, But yeah, other games have pretty interesting free plays. Like in Batman, I think you have this like suit ability where you can just like basically infinitely fly, like in that game.
Yeah.
So that one, I guess the movement is interesting in the sense that like you could basically have almost free movement in the air. You can just fly to wherever you want, which makes for another very fast paced free play. Uh, TCS here in for the complete saga, you do not have like even though you can clip through everything, you do not have infinite height, which is probably one of the rare things that TCS doesn't have, other than like I guess the wall climbs, which you don't really see that much either anymore in this category.
Yeah, a lot of that being obsoleted.
Actually, it's for Anonymous isn't here. I guess we'll speak about it once Anonymous gets the Hoth battle. I'm curious if he's still mad in Raps, but no Phantom falling off there for the ruin there. He'll come up to the thing that I talked about earlier. RNG clip, I guess, or at least Zach claims it. To this clip right here, it's a bit of an odd clip with the timing, but the clip here where you have the droid cut clip through the wall here using this like weird I don't even know what this is. Like this like weird like arm cover that like covers the door for some reason. I'm not sure actually what that's supposed to be, like a robot arm platform.
Yeah, I think just some sort of platform in some sense.
Yeah, but that's RNG clip there. But it's not RNG probably, but what I will say is yeah, the timing is definitely weird on that clip, if I remember correctly. Yeah. I guess Saber, we did mention this briefly. Here's the super Ewok catapult. I remember, I think the day this was found, it was like 2020 or something. Uh, it was like I think the whole community was excited because we finally found a use for Super Ewok Catapult. Like it's one of those rare cases where it's the best kind of skip where you have like some weird character and like some weird extra, you know,
Yeah.
and it just happens to work out perfectly for that. Um, and honestly, it's way better than the any percent version because the Super Ewok Catapult version free play doesn't really have a lot of randomness to it, where the any percent one for Grievous strategy is, I would say, most would say is like hardware dependent almost. How good of a time you get in that level. Luckily, we do not have that problem in free play, so that is one benefit of this category. Yeah, and yeah, to reiterate, the schedule is BTR is running today and tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, hopefully we can get Nightbot fixed soon.
Yeah.
I guess what's your favorite level in this category? Either to watch or either to play, I guess. Oh, actually, my bad. They're out for a moment, but in the meantime, I guess let's look at the survey. I guess we have 2 runners in episode 3, 1 runner in episode 4, and 2 runners in episode 6. It is a little confusing to track because people are running different routes depending on whether they do episode 1 or episode 6 first. You might see runners who look like there's barely any time on their timers in episode 6. And some runners where it looks like they're really behind in episode 6, but that's just because of routing differences. So both Raffo and Evan are doing episode 6.
How's it going, folks?
All right, hello, Hov.
Hey, how the runs been?
Yeah, I mean we've had 4 people put up times.
Okay.
Which is nice to see. Hopefully, we'll see the remainder of our runners put up times. I think we have 6 runners right now. I think the only runner that has left, I think probably for like a quick break, is like Anonymous, who was on earlier in the morning, but he's not on right now.
And I believe it's not laser is actually also done, so I will take him off screen.
Oh, is he officially off?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess, I asked this to, of course, Carcoon earlier, but since you've just got here, who do you want to win this event? Are you rooting for any one of these runners?
Good question. I mean, as I've been grinding, I know Zach and Evan have really been, kind of getting back into it. But I guess considering the level of how do I put this, of like the amount of effort that putting in recently. Um, we saw Saber's world record. What was it, like a month ago now?
Yeah, I forgot what it was, like a 104. I don't quite remember what
Um,
the.
it was a
Oh,
right.
yeah, it was sub 104.
Zach is a 102.47, but anything's possible. So if I have a favorite, it's gotta be Saber. I think that initial world record improvement after so much effort grinding really has I think can pay off even
Yeah, I
further.
think certainly he's been pushing the category a lot. I think, in terms of, like, not only in like just like playing it, but like also I think like strats, like new time saves. So yeah, I think
I
his
see, a lot of strat changes, right? Like, there's barely any like wall climbs now because a lot of it's been replaced with other things.
yeah, there's a lot more like clips. Yeah, I guess we'll point them out because I don't know how familiar you are with the new free play, but there's a lot of like random new clips now. Yeah, and wall climb, I guess, are just so
Yeah.
rare nowadays. Um,
Mhm.
it's odd because probably before Yoda clipping was discovered, that was probably like one of the biggest uh like techs in this game. Uh,
The wall climb?
oh yeah, I think
I'd think so, yeah.
that's probably like a pre like 2019 like 2018 run, which I really don't remember those runs like that well, but
Mm.
you got a nice selection of ship levels right now, 3 ship levels.
Yeah, all very exciting stuff. Ghibli really out of bounds though.
Yeah. The thing I was gonna ask you, Karkin, I guess before you had to step out for a little bit, I was gonna ask what your favorite free play level was, I guess, but uh,
Yeah. That's also another good question because there are like a lot of levels which I feel are pretty enjoyable. I would probably say, like, if I were to just casually boot up TCS and felt like playing any free play level, it would probably be 1-2, I think.
1-2 invasion.
Yeah, Invasion.
Interesting.
It just
Yeah.
has like a nice flow to it. Like you can just sort of pick it up and do a couple attempts and then like just step aside.
Oh yeah. Like yeah. It's a lot of like I guess so like that first room where you're just like going over everything. I guess like
Yeah.
you go over the tree, then over the MTT, and then like yeah, it's definitely a nice flow. Um, I think for me, like the movement that at least as a viewer that I find most interesting is like the mouse droid stuff because it just moves so much faster than like any other
Yeah,
character in the game.
it's really like a good showcase of why free play is an interesting category because you like movement is just more precise because you can go so much quicker.
Yeah, I mean, like even if you don't have like extra tall characters, you have Droidica. So,
Mhm.
uh,
Oh, Rafa,
yeah. Unfortunately,
I see where I was.
and not able to get a run on the board yet. But I guess well, this is on screen. I don't know if this has already been explained already. This is like a really odd like skip. Like it's really weird. Like why do you have to use both bobas? And the reason why is like I think in the script, like they tried to prevent you from crossing by just killing you if you have like one character over. So the reason why you have to get 2 characters to fly over there with 2 characters is that you have the script like kill the first one, and then while that script is like resetting, it can't kill your other character. You just use the other character to cross.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's sort of really odd.
Like there's like a delay in the script or something.
I think that's what it is. Yeah, maybe I'm spreading misinformation there, but yeah, that's why because otherwise you might wonder
over and sue you for defamation.
Because otherwise you might wonder why is it that you even have to fly over with two characters? Because it looks like you can just cross the gap, and I think that's what the game developers intended as well. But so that's why they put in that weird killing mechanism, which honestly you don't see in most other levels. You can skip a ton of gaps in this game, but none of those have that weird enforced kill plane, I guess.
It's like it's just sort of almost the exact range for them to be like, hey, this looks like the type of thing someone's going to try to skip, right? Because I can imagine as a dev, right, if you have you don't want to put the player in a position where they can almost make it over, right? Because if they can almost make it over, they're going to think they can actually make it over.
And then the bigger problem also is that in any percent, you can just hover over there. Of course, your hover, and the problem is, of course, in free play, your hover is just can go further because obviously you're flying with BOA, versus R4. So normally the way the game actually stops you from hovering over a gap is they have this special collision in the game that basically just stops your hover from happening. That's what you see on the start of Camino, for instance, for R4 fly. That's why you have to take a very particular line to avoid that no hover zone. But there, because you're intended to hover there, they can't do that. So I guess they're well, I guess you have to have the script kill you if you cross the bridge or something.
I really appreciate that Rafa's getting so many runs on the board. I mean, or sorry, that's Saber. Yeah, Rafa's got no runs on the board. Saber, despite being behind 53, because makes for a good show, but also good practice.
I mean, it's still the event best, 104.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, that's one advantage, I guess, of free play is that the runs are just way faster than any percent. Not only because it's an hour less as a category, but also because there's no cutscene. I think that definitely makes the pace of the game feel a lot faster. In any percent, there's a lot of downtime, which some people like actually, where during the cutscenes you can take a break, I guess, but. No breaks in free play, unfortunately.
No breaks in free play, but also it's also not as big of a deal because it's not any percent would be a 2-hour run
without cutscenes.
Without cutscenes, right? And 2 hours continuous is a bit, but 1 hour continuous is not that.
I think it's slightly less than 2 hours. But it's interesting because free play basically is the theoretical any percent limit, I guess, if you removed cutscenes. Obviously, free play has much faster tech in other places, but it goes to show why, and cutscenes add an hour to the game, I think. Goes to show why in any percent sub 2 hours is considered very unlikely. However, probably the big, actually now that we bring it up, probably the big question nowadays for free play is sub 1 hour free play possible? Actually, because we're at a 102 right now, and that is probably one of the last big barriers in TCS. Actually, a sub 1 hour free play. Can we do it?
Yeah.
No one is gonna get this during this event because
certainly not. But I mean, even in the last month, we've brought it down by 2 minutes, right? And I think the benefit of being a less it's a less investigated category.
Yes,
right?
That's certainly true.
So certainly, I feel like if people start getting any percent fatigue and free play becomes like the big thing for a little bit, which hopefully this event is gonna sort of incentivize. Free play is very fun.
We'll see
Um,
about that, I guess. But I don't know. Maybe we'll get a new generation of free play runners. Who knows?
The mini kid rush summer first, and then we'll do free play.
Now that's a category I can give up.
There you go.
All right. With that said, I'll be heading out for the commentary for now. Now that House taken over, but you will see me tomorrow, and good luck to all runners.
Yeah, thanks for commenting.
Thanks for joining.
Salvi, because you joined late, I've already expended all the free play trivia, so you'll have to think of new stuff to say in this.
Okay, excellent. I got you.
Well, I mean,
I'll cook something up.
well,
What's it called? Star Wars Shatterpoint. If anyone's
the
familiar
Mace
with it.
Windu
The Mace
novel,
Windu book, yeah. Highly recommend.
which unfortunately Mace Windu is not used in this category, so there's no level where we could realistically bring that up naturally. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we're never gonna go to the Harun Call, right? We don't have the Harun Call level that we can talk about.
No.
He don't place Depa Balaba in one of the what's it called? In one of the extra toggles.
Yeah. Well, you see, here's the thing, right? You could be just making up names, and I would have no way of verifying whether you're like saying like real characters or not.
There you go. Yeah.
I don't know. There is a Clone Wars game. There is like a Lego Star Wars: The Clone Wars. I don't know. Maybe Mace Windu has more stuff in that, but
Not played the Clone Wars game storyline ever. I've only played their like RTS game.
oh, did you like? That's interesting, actually.
If you remember that.
Yeah, the Clone Wars, I believe it has this like weird arena battle thing. Yeah, where it's like you have to like take over.
Yeah.
These like droid like bases. Like yeah, it's like an RTS. Sort of an interesting mechanic. Though I think the speedrunners don't like those, if I remember correctly. I might be wrong about that, but I was under the impression that they were not a fan of those segments in the run.
Perspective or from a
From a speedrunning perspective. Yeah.
I guess I don't even know how you'd run it.
Oh, that's a 105.05 by Saber, by the way, while we were
Oh, wow, okay.
very off topic discussing Mace Windu Shatterpoint, I guess. But that is a new event best from Saber, so congratulations. Oh, actually, yeah, you'll
already
update
dropping
it, I
it
guess.
down.
You'll update.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, actually, yeah, you can do the AM stuff. But
And I mean that puts Saber only a minute or two. Basically only a minute. Minute 6 seconds behind his old world record time, which is his current PB time. So Barry had the benefit of free play tournament because they're churning out these good times pretty quick.
yeah, it's still like a minute behind his PB. Like that's the thing. So like the ceiling, the potential is like very open here for like a really good time from Saber. But
Yeah, a lot to go. But also, I just noticed, is this the first time Rafa has ever run in a TCS event with French on?
I don't know. Maybe he's run in like some other tournament, like randomly. I don't remember. But yeah, I
Okay.
mentioned this.
But I've never noticed a language difference.
Yeah, but I have mentioned this before. Yeah, earlier is that he has a different life setting, which doesn't do anything
Yes.
for this game,
Yeah, I
unfortunately.
was gonna say, sadly, not the type of game we're playing in like Slovenian,
Like I think for years, like my game, like got set to like Portuguese or something. So like for years, my TCS was like on
Sick.
Portuguese. But the thing is, like, it doesn't matter if your game is on Portuguese. Like I never switched off it because until like very recently, because like it didn't like really impede like my gameplay. You know.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Yeah, it's
The
not like you
only
have to
thing,
read what's going on.
yeah, I mean, because there's like 6 options in the menu, but
Yeah, I guess the only thing is like
the extras.
the extras.
But you see, like I am not an expert at Spanish, but I can, I guess, intuit maybe what some of the extras are. I guess, even though it's like Portuguese or something, and
Yeah.
I'm not very good at Spanish.
Yeah.
But yeah, but in free play that doesn't matter anyway because you're not even toggling extras in free play. I don't think, other than maybe extra toggle, depending on the level. I guess you want to put Phantom on the screen, I guess, because he does look like he's on a nice pace.
Oh, didn't realize Saber was. We'll check if he's done for the day if you're just taking a quick break. But yeah, we'll pop Phantom up on the screen. Let me up to right now. Saber is done for now, and in fact, Anonymous is back. So we'll go and do that swap real quick.
Oh, that's good.
There you go.
Very nice. So yeah, that is Phantom pacing like a 111. And hopefully you can get a nice 111. That would be, I always forget what Phantom PB is, but like yeah,
Fair
his PB is
improvement.
like a 113, I think, if I remember correctly. So yeah. Definitely by the end.
Yeah. Oh, certainly.
Yeah, definitely
Yeah,
by the end
compared
of
to
this
his PB,
event, I
it's
expect
PB.
like a sub 110 probably. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think we've been really talking too much about the individual runs themselves. Like we've just been a little off topic here in the commentary booth. But
Well, now that Anonymous is back into pod race,
yeah.
So you might have talked about this, but what's the reasoning for example, Anonymous starting in pod race, Evan starting in episode 6?
Yeah, so yeah, as I said, but maybe for the new viewers that have joined, the big level probably for most of these runners that will probably be the result of the majority of their resets is pod race. And the reason why is that there is I mean, it's like 8 months old at this point, but there's like a skip there that's probably one of the harder skips in free play, and you see Anonymous resetting right there to it. That it's on pod race, you can skip now not just lap 2, but laps 1 and 3 as well. Actually, this is a good thing to point out. You're gonna see Anonymous going for the Imperial Shuttle version of this strategy. He messed up the setup there. There's 2 different ways to do the lap 1 skip. In free play, you either do the any percent strategy, where you line up your 2 pod racers. That's the fastest version. Or you do what Anonymous does here, and this is like one unique piece of vehicle tech, I guess, is you use the Imperial Shuttle to get stuck on a rock here. So you'll see that right here from Anonymous. It's a little easier to clip out this way, but you'll see Imperial Shuttle will get stuck on that rock, which allows him to, once he drops out and drops in there, you'll allow him to go out of bounds here. That's the easy part. The hard part is what you just saw there, which is the height boost. So in order to make it across the track, when you clip out, you need to basically go under the floor and then like go back out of it to gain a little bit of height. And that will let you escape the track and like go across the track to skip the lap. That's probably the most inconsistent part of the trick. And that's probably where you're going to see the majority of runners like lose, I guess, their runs to, I guess, in this. But yeah, you see, Anonymous has tried this a couple of times here, and I guess to answer your original question of really whether you play episode 6 or episode 1 first depends on how confident you are at this trick. So Anonymous, he's resetting quite a bit to this trick, so he wants to play pod race first. He doesn't want to have a good run that gets killed by this trick like all the way at the end.
Sounds good. I guess the alternative would be playing Jedi Destiny at the start, which
Correct.
is also a very difficult
traditional route. Yeah. But on the other hand, you have a runner like Zach, right, which you haven't seen, or like Evan, where they've, they're experienced at this trick. They think they can nail it with enough consistency such that they can put pod race at the end of their run. And that route is faster, but again, all depends on your confidence with this trick.
Oh, it's actually like properly faster. Is it just because of Cantina movement?
I forgot what the reason, but I think it is. It is like a couple seconds faster. I forgot. Yeah, but yeah, Anonymous there. He failed the trick there. He got the hype boost and he got the clip. The other way you can fail the trick on lap 1 is you can sort of go too far forward, because once you go across the pod race level, you have a problem where if you have too much speed, you're gonna like speed past the place you need to clip out for the set of the lap 2 skip. So that's the other common place you're gonna see runners mess up on the lap 1 of this trick. And you saw Anonymous miss that a couple of times there. But yeah, definitely that's the hardest trick in this game. Phantom, as you can see, is probably not going to opt to do the harder version of the strat, but even lap 2 back in the day used to, kill some free play runs. So, and we're going to hope Phantom does not die to pod race here, because he's on a nice pace. And
Yeah, only improving his pace so far. Got an extra, what was that, 8 seconds off of PB.
okay, that's fine.
That's it.
The main mistake you can make on lap 2 is like you drop out like at the wrong time, or like you go too far to the left or right, but like that is your textbook lap 2. So he's gonna get out of pod race and hopefully get a new PB.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, not really any run killers left, which is interesting. I think, sort of route the run around, like level of difficulty, right? Of the levels and episode you're facing.
Yeah.
I feel like does make for a very. It's a change of pace in the literal sense, in that, like, unlike any percent, you sort of like tail off. I guess depending on if you do pod race first or last, right? But like once you're done with pod race, you sort of tail off into pretty chill levels, because like after this, it's nothing too crazy. Like you're ending with Maul.
Yeah, well, I guess if you're ending on Maul, I guess.
Right. Yeah. So you're not getting the sort of the final 3 level gauntlet that you do.
Yeah, I will say Theed has had a couple of new things in it, which I guess have slightly increased the difficulty, I suppose. And Maul, I would say, is like deceptively tricky to play fast. But yeah, definitely it's not Cloud City Trap. Well, yeah, it's not like you don't get like an RNG level followed by like a nice technical skill level Dagobah followed by CCT and then Bespin. It's definitely a very different style, like end of the run, I guess. And if you end with episode 2, like Anonymous probably will, if you do the episode 1 first, it's an even faster level to end on. It's just like Duke, which is not a very long level in free play. But it's. But yeah, like.
I'll see how
I do.
close out the run. Also, I want to note, sorry, real quick, Jablakey also a minute behind. His
Oh, a
PB.
minute ahead. Yeah, he's a minute ahead.
Minute
of his
ahead, yeah.
PB.
Minute ahead
but
of his PB. So we'll want to see if that kind of holds through to the end.
he has a good BPT also. That's like a 107. That's not bad for this event so far. So. I mean, technically, you could beat anonymous. Like obviously he's not actually going to beat anonymous because he's going to loot time. But like, you could get like a 3rd or 4th place time. Easily.
For anonymous, sort of what I'm hoping he does is just want to start a run.
Yeah,
because he was already playing at the start of the day and wasn't able to, is put a time on the. Actually, no, he was able to put a time on the leaderboard. I'm right.
It's like a fine time. Yeah, the main thing with anonymous is he just needs to get out of the first level. And it's not like like any percent where like on negotiations, like the problem is that some people just reset too much on that level. Like in pod race, like if you make a mistake, you have to reset. Otherwise you're like 30 seconds, like a minute behind.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like you have to nail the trick, and that definitely So you can't even say like anonymous is like resetting too much. You know what I mean? Like, because
your death there on that's hitting like he hit like the paddle or like the sail on the sail barge and took 2 deaths.
Oh,
that's strange. That's that. Phantom lost a little bit of time. Still minus 57 into the mall. So there you go. Thank you, Mall, for keeping that bridge up so we can use it.
Sakura, like on the on the free play wheel. I don't think I've ever seen that. As the Jedi character. Well, yeah, it's Isla Sakura. I've never seen this character on the free play wheel. Yeah, who do you normally get for this level? I don't think it's this character, right?
So
maybe I'm hallucinating. I don't even think they like buy that character normally. I guess that is a one thing I'll also note is that I know, yeah, it can be any Jedi, but like I don't think most people have that. I don't remember that other people having Isla Sakura, but
well, it's not. It's definitely not on the normal free play.
Yeah, well, which I guess is like good to point out, which is that we are not playing a free play on like a 100% file. It's not the case that we've unlocked literally every single character. Actually, a lot of free play characters, like we specifically like unlock like certain characters such that we optimize the wheel, I guess, for those characters. But yeah, apparently Saber has clarified Isla Sakura is on the free play file. I guess I just have never seen that get rolled before. Because you would expect it, I guess, maybe to pick like Qui-Gon or something, given the actual level itself, but I don't know. Anyway, Phantom about to finish the run here. A very chunky PB here, almost a minute right here, going into the final slashes. I think he did lose a little bit of time because of he missed a couple of the wall jumps in the second room of Mall. He should be closing out the run here with these final 2 Grievous slashes. And that is just barely getting the sub 112, a 111.59. Congratulations.
Huge improvement from Phantom. Congratulations.
Yeah. So yeah, that's barely squeaking out the the sub 112 there. So congratulations to Gilded Phantom. Not to be outdone though, Jablakey is also on a very good pace. Yeah. So this actually gonna be even bigger of a time actually from Jablakey.
Yeah, and this is going to be Jablakey's first time on the boards here, so that's going to be fun to see.
Yeah. Though then again, he still has to play pod race. He's not going to do God Fraud probably, but like even lap 2. But that's probably the major barrier for him remaining. Sad. And we also have Raffo back on the screen here in Echo Base.
Pretty good opening, minus 15.
Yeah, episode 5 I think is typically played earlier as well, routing wise, because as you said, you want to route in, some of the trickier episodes.
Yeah.
Uh,
What would you say is the level with the biggest delta of being easy in any percent and very hard in free
easy
play?
in any percent, hard and free play. That's a hard question. Let me think. Um, well, I guess it would just depend. What even is the hardest trick in free play? See, like that's the easy in any percent, hard in play. I'll have to think about that one. Because any percent, there's not very a lot of like easy level, to be honest, you know. And really, the skill set is just like
Or I guess maybe punishing is the right term because like something
my guess would just be whatever the hardest.
like Paw Trot is more punishing than like I don't know than like Secret Plans,
I mean, my guess it would just be whatever level has the worst clips. Secret Plans is a very good so Saber said there. Yeah, Secret Plans is very different from any percent because any percent it is just walking with two characters. It's just through the whole level. You're basically playing it. There's no skips almost in the entire level. Uh Other than like with exploding plaster bolts. Free play, there's all sorts of bad clips. There's one that they used to do to skip the smoking door in the first room. There's the clip you do where you like go under the hatch and like clip out the bottom to skip the Vader encounter. And then the ending of the level is just more clipping, but yeah, those initial clips in the first couple of rooms that definitely I would say make that level harder in free play. So yeah, I agree with what Saber said there.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, in general, like the thing is, I wouldn't say free play. Like a lot of other any percent tends to be longer, and there's more 1P2C. That's the general trend, I guess.
Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah, right now we're seeing one producing on Rafo's screen.
Yeah.
But it's kind of for a very specific reason, right? It's because you're trying to get vehicle smart bomb on as many things as possible.
Yeah, that's right.
It's not just general 1P2C. We're also seeing 1P2C here on Anonymous, who is idling on the menu, so maybe
He has
doing a bit
two
of
players called in. Yeah,
thinking, theory crafting, yeah.
reflecting. Like how will I? What should I do to make such as I can get at a pod race on the next attempt?
Reflect. And yeah, Phantom reporting in saying that with a very good improvement on his PB of 111.59, he's done for today.
Okay, yeah.
So
Yeah, and for context,
hopefully we'll see more Phantom tomorrow.
yeah, Phantom is not in the US, so I imagine his hours are very different from ours. So, yeah, very understandable. But congratulations to him for getting a very nice showing this first day. Uh, Hopefully you'll get like sub 110 tomorrow. I guess, who knows? I mean, it seems like a fine pod race so far for Jablakey, so I think we're set for another nice PB, hopefully.
Yeah, all pretty clean. We'll see if there's I don't know any big improvements on that. Rafa going into secret plan. So I guess here we're gonna see the aforementioned oak skips.
Yeah, I actually don't know what Rafa is interesting because I guess Rafa he's more of like an old school runner. I don't know if he's doing all of the up to date stuff actually. But yeah, here's that weird clip there, smoking door. Yeah, you can mess that up there. And here's that other clip I mentioned. Right under here, you're gonna clip out. Yep, right there. I think there's like a more annoying version of that clip also, but you can just skip the entire Raider fight and just go diagonally right there.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, but in any percent, you're just walking through the hallway, so.
Yeah.
And this clip,
Yeah, it's definitely it's a level you can get good at, but you're not gonna bomb it. Yeah, here this is. That's the term.
we'll see if Jablakey does the new Theed clips also. We'll see. No, he is doing basically the clips let you skip these doors here. Well, maybe he does the second one over there, but since he's gone back into this category recently, I wouldn't imagine it. Uh, actually, no, here it is. Like here it is. Actually, you'll see it right here. This is the clip. Not quite getting it there, but you want to basically use the statue to clip out right there. Having a bit of trouble with it, but and he broke the statue there, so he's gonna build the panel. Makes sense, you know, he has a good pace right now, so don't want to kill it to one trick. So that's perfectly understandable. And Anonymous is back to attempts.
Perfect. Anonymous is hopefully this is a try that will make it out. Evan's been pretty solid. Minus 15 off of PB.
Yeah, he is in episode 5, which means he's finished episode 6, I believe.
Yeah. Here's your Rafa mostly just chilling, doing some very clean movement.
Yeah, I imagine this Theed is going to put a pretty big dent into Jablakey's time save here, but hopefully he's definitely still going to be ahead. But yeah, that was that clip there. That's what I said earlier about how in free play you if you just miss a clip like really like a ton of times, that's where you lose a ton of time, you know. Because I guess free play is one of those categories where like you can reattempt all the clips really really quickly, but you can also just fail them like a lot. So
Yeah, clips they would get like soft locked here. Or like locked on.
yeah, Jablakey not doing the modern end movement there where you can get R2 to the panel by forcing the ship, but that's like another micro time. Somehow
seconds.
not lose
Yeah.
as much as I expected. Maybe he just didn't have a very good feed in his PB. I don't know.
Maybe.
But yeah, that's good for him. You know, he's still like a minute 13 ahead. And this is the last level for him.
108.
Oh man,
He
Jablakey
reached
got
level
an even
108
bigger
here.
character than Phantom. He got Kiadi Mundi. That's the
Oh, let's
Jedi.
go.
Yeah, maybe I'm just misremembering. Maybe all the Jedi are on this file. But yeah, Jablakey. Oh no,
Danny Mundi, I believe, memorable because he actually had. I think he had a wife.
I was not aware of that tidbit, but
I'm pretty sure. Cause yeah, he was one of the like.
I thought you weren't supposed to marry if you're like a Jedi or something. Wasn't that like a
Yeah, children.
interest?
He had 4 wives actually.
Okay, well,
Like Kiadi Mundi, a real player.
I guess. And there's 2 Kiadi Mundis there to do the the final gate section. Yes, but
All right.
yeah, but that's what we'll do every time someone gets to Maul and it's like a random Jedi. We'll just do Jedi fun facts, I guess.
Yeah, trivia. We're gonna have to figure out something about Plo Koon.
Plo Koon. I don't know if Plo Koon's on the free play file, but
But yeah, I mean it's gonna be losing a little bit of time, so probably gonna be a 108.25.
he fell off
108.30.
with the droidicas on that platform, but that is
108.23?
yeah, barely not beating Flaming Laser, unfortunately. So he's not going to be in third place, but gonna dethrone.
But it
Yes. Oh, that's weird. The stream just rewinded.
yeah,
for
like
a second.
snap back. It might like we'll double check. Might be done for the day now that
That's true. He
that's
could have
done
ended
with.
stream actually. So
Yeah. So now we have 5 players. We have Zach, Evan, and Raffo left. Raffo currently on a pretty good run.
Oh, Zach
So
is
hopefully that
live?
run is.
Oh yeah,
Zach is
let's
live.
get Zach on that. If your Blakey just you just said Zach was live, so
You live? Not
I
live.
don't
Okay,
know.
so we will double check. I believe Jablakey is not said anything.
Okay, yeah, so maybe it's not. I guess
In any
yeah.
case,
Put anonymous on. I guess because
yeah, we'll
anonymous is a
pop
mall.
anonymous.
Yeah, we'll see what
Oh,
Jedi.
anonymous exiting Padres. Always a good thing to see.
Oh,
Ultra-
I think there's a pretty big delay, but let's see. What Jedi did anonymous get? Okay, you see, anonymous got Ben Kenobi. You know, like that's like a
Oh yeah,
standard.
we can't give Obi-Wan Kenobi lore. Like, oh, did you
Yeah,
know that
exactly.
he raised the chosen one?
But you will see this anime. This is like the standard strat, I guess. The one bad thing that can happen, there's a lot of bad things that can happen here, is that Maul can just decide to start slashing forward when he does the deflect, and that will lose you time because he'll just start do his like slash forward animation, falling off the platform there. Unfortunately,
A bit cutting it a bit close with the Jedi slashes.
yeah. Um, I don't remember what causes the slash. Maybe it's like the timing of like the bullets. I don't quite remember, but anyway, I guess
I'm
one other
gonna assume Jablakey's no longer running.
yeah, probably. Well, actually, we'll just leave him up. Like, there's, we'll just keep him up. But
I guess, yeah.
yeah, I will say Evan. We haven't talked about Evan much, and that's probably because Evan has a much higher reset standard. Because his PB he's like second place on the board, so I'm not too surprised to see that he hasn't gone too far in his run. Because
Also,
what happened?
I don't know if y'all were having a Raffle screen resetting, unfortunately, pretty far into the run.
Oh yeah, I don't know what happened. Yeah, probably.
We'll pump Evan up, see if Evan's able to sort of bring it back.
And maybe putting Evan on the big screen will well yeah will make
We'll push
yeah
him to.
exactly. But you see his BPT. Just look at the BPT difference between him and like Anonymous, and Anonymous is like a top tier free play runner. Like
This is like this is his bread and butter. It's not any percent.
well, you know, some might say Anonymous is more of a mini kit guy.
True. That is a that is a good point.
That might you might one might say like for something like Wallace and Gromit, like that speed game, or like Plants vs Zombies. That's sort of his bread and butter.
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't know if we mentioned we have a 2-month Wallace and Gromit 24/7 BTR going on. So
Certainly, yeah.
for whoever's interested, please hop
Yeah,
on.
but regardless, Anonymous does play a lot of other speed games, which I think is interesting. But yeah, very good free play runner. Yeah, plays a lot, probably more like probably one of the more free play focused runners in this group. Um, Holy cow! Did you see that on Evan's screen? It was like a line of ships, like all like arch like going towards him.
The entourage.
Like it was like perfectly lined up too. I've never seen that before. They all decided to do the attack run at like the same.
With a bunch of early levels, Raffo practicing Princess. I think that's where he got unfortunately stuck last time. So we'll see what exactly he's trying to practice. Oh, almost falling off, but not a problem. Yeah, that's the asteroid movement you were talking about. Very, very engaging.
Oh yeah, the Ron Raffo. Yeah, he's just practicing, I think, right now. Because his timer is not right.
Blakey actually done for the day. So Good job. Your first a fourth place placement, 108.23.
I think we'll just leave him up so we can get the 2 focus layout. But
That is fair, yeah. We'll
yeah,
have the permanent Jablaki stand showing his final time.
yeah, Jablaki though, yeah, done for the day. Yeah, Jablaki. I think like it was a little uncertain whether he was able to make it, but we're glad that he was able to at least get a run here. So yeah, thanks for him for showing up.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, back to man, this is like the classic. You see two people in the early game, and it's the two types of early game. Like, it's like the perfect side by side of what free play early game is. Like this is it.
2 people in the early game, 1 dead stream, and 1 idling person.
Yeah. To be honest, the Raffo stream might be the most interesting one to watch right now. Yeah. But I do see Anonymous is on lap 2. That is a promising
cool.
sign. Yeah. Here is lap 3. Yeah, and the hard part here is the hype boost. If he gets the hype boost, that's like a not a very good hype boost.
That's close.
Oh, that might, yeah, he can save this. Yeah. That's
Actually, Rafo's taking a little break, so we're gonna go and pop up the 2-person layout.
yes. To be honest, here's what I will say. You can say all you want about the early game, but really in a BTR break the record setting, you typically don't see a lot of the early game. Usually we only focus on the late games, actually. So, you as a result, you actually don't end up seeing a lot of the first 4 levels. Like, even though it is probably the most played, I guess. Okay,
Yeah.
Anonymous gets.
Yeah, and it's interesting that the dynamics of these first 4 levels, because as you've been mentioning, unlike any percent where you're just watching someone do negotiations 100 times, these first 4 levels are hard, right? That's why they're the first. So you get to see what why people are doing these big resets.
Yeah, the obvious for the runners, I know that they just want to get out of this. Like, but Anonymous is out of pod race, so we hopefully he can build up a nice pace here.
Ooh, Ghost Kenobi.
Yeah. Yeah, I need to go look at what exactly is bought on the free play character file, but
Is anonymous able to get the cycle skips. So gonna finish episode 1. I guess not really finish episode 1.
yeah, because he has to go
I
down.
finished them all with a pretty. I think we're gonna be basically neutral.
Yeah. Yeah, the one nice thing, another nice thing about free command, any percent Grievous is just going to do 2 hearts by default. You do not need to time the frame perfect slashes like you do in any percent. So,
Fortunately, I've been again resetting. Yeah, I mean, if anyone's interested in doing free play, definitely recommend it. It's a very different category. I can say, from my side, having done a little bit of some of the early learning of free play, it's much more of I don't want to say traditional, but it's much closer to what a lot of like other speed games are mechanically, right? Because it's not nearly as 1P2C heavy. So if 1P2C is the type of thing that gives you like hand strain, try free play.
yeah, that's an interesting point you bring up, actually, which is that, free play in a sense is probably the most like other speed games in the sense that, like, single character movement. Not to say that there isn't 1v2c, but like it is probably the closest, like, to like a single, like, more single player sort of speed run. And the amount
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a good really for very specific tricks. It's not general like optimization.
and the fact that the cutscenes are also more minimized, that's probably
It's true.
closer to like you know, I'm not going to compare it to like Super Mario 64, you know, but it's probably closer to that kind of a pace than, you know, than like TCS any percent, you know.
Yeah.
Since we're in the early game, maybe we do need to pull out the trivia. I think we need to liven the mood a little bit. But well, Evan, I think needs the most boosting here. Like, do you have any stuff relating to these levels?
Well, I mean, the big second Death Star trivia, right, is that in Legends, IG-88 was inside the Death Star and was moments away from unleashing a droid revolution before it blew up.
Why was IG-88 even in the Death Star?
Get into the Death Star.
I was not aware of this. Wait, why did he get uploaded into the Death Star? Because he was like a bounty hunter, right?
He was. I believe it was that he got. Yeah, he basically broke in and then uploaded himself
To the Death Star. For the purpose of
into the
starting a
Death Star.
revolution.
For the purpose of basically, hijacking every droid in the galaxy.
Oh.
And, but I'm trying to figure out which.
I mean, I cannot think of like a worse time to possibly do that. Like,
Yeah.
like,
Right before it explodes.
yeah, like literally right before it explodes. But here you go. But luckily, you know, Evan will be getting out of the Death Star. IG-88 won't be, but Evan at least will be. So hopefully we'll see a bit more of Episode 6. Coming.
That's right. We're not going to see the droid revolution. Going here pretty sort of standard route along these exit sections. Anonymous also, you know, plus 17 is definitely not a run under kind of weird menu. Ooh, missed the button, but that's fine. So this is not the start he would love to see, but also he was able to get out of Padres, so.
Yeah, Evan is E Roadhouse. Yeah. To address the comment in chat. So just to be clear, is Raffo done for the day or is he just taking a break?
Out of it. Done for the next 30 minutes.
Okay, I see. Got it.
I guess now it's what?
Yeah, that's fair. Because he was here at the start also, you know, so.
Oh.
Yeah, speaking of which, how long are you on for today, I guess?
Oh, I can be on for a little bit longer.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. Gotta get some stuff set up for the end of the day. Had a nice Rwandan natural coffee, so
Good.
and that.
I'm sure they sell this. I don't know if it'd be particularly any good, but has there ever been any Star Wars themed coffee? Like that sounds
You
like a
know,
product.
it's a funny thing you ask. In my office there is a bag of unshot first coffee. Okay? And it's a very interesting bag because it is the same the Star Wars theming has nothing to do with the actual coffee gimmick, right? But the coffee is the same green bean roasted at 3 different roast levels and then blended. So it's like the light, medium, and dark version of the same bean. It's really bad, but and I don't know why it's Star Wars themed.
Like, does it just have like a picture of
But
like
it
Darth Vader on it or something? Like, why is it Star Wars?
it
Okay.
uh oh,
Oh, that's
coffee roast. Oh yes, this one's Coffee Lab Roasters. No, the only Star Wars content it has is that it's the bag says Han shot first, and there's a photo of Greedo.
this is not like officially licensed merchandise, is it?
I don't know. I doubt
No.
it because it's like a sort of just a random roaster.
Oh, that okay, yeah, that's
Um,
odd.
it's an interesting like thing they did because they have like the roasters have their coffees are not bad. I think it was just like an experiment.
I guess.
I want to see if they have any other Star Wars themed. No.
But anyway, I guess getting back to the run itself, I guess. I want to actually see because I haven't checked this yet whether Anonymous will mat and wrap in this level. Because he used to for like a very long time. He's like the only person that did that strategy.
I believe we have laser as well popping up.
Okay, yeah. Oh,
There we go. Oh, all right. Take laser off and figure out what happened. Give me one moment.
anyway, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Anonymous, for those that don't know what mat and wrapping is, normally you wrap the AT-AT just like by doing loops around it. But oh yeah, here he did it. That's the perfect demonstration right there. Normally I forgot how many times you have to wrap the AT. It's like 3 or 4 times or something. Revolution. But if you just backflip over the AT-AT in just the right way, you can cause it to instantly wrap. Uh, and if you do that optimally, that does save a little bit of time. Uh, but most people do not do it.
Do you know who Matten is?
Yeah, Matt and Matt. It's just a guy.
Oh, all right.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah. I think he's like, yeah, he was like, I think, if I remember correctly, he was like some person that showed up like a while back, and he did like this Hoth IL with
Okay.
that thing in it. I don't think he's active anymore, but like, that's he like made that
One
one.
big contribution.
Unfortunately, at the time he did it, we weren't really ready for that sort of tech, and to be honest, we still aren't ready because people still aren't doing it like mostly.
That's right.
But it does save time. Um,
Yeah. Laser actually pretty, fully into the run now. Kind of neutral on time. Never mind. But yeah, Anonymous plus 43. So this is not going to be too crazy of a run, but hopefully continues it through.
yeah, I think definitely having like I have no doubt that he'll finish a run for the end of today. Like it's not a matter of basically like will he finish a run. It's more just will he be able to like get one that's like
Yeah.
on a reasonable pace for his standards, which is very high. Here's actually one of the new strats actually. If you weren't familiar with this one, Hav. It's this clip through the door.
On
Yeah,
Anonymous?
on Anonymous screen here, we used to do the hill room. Um, but if you she's not getting the out of bounds here, but because Yoda is short enough, he can actually squeeze under the floor here. And there
Oh.
it is. And you can swap in and hit the door transition, but you have to jump up in the right place And yeah, this is one of those new free play tricks that really makes this level like way harder, much harder than it used to.
Sort of like Obi-Wan, Death Star escape type jump where you have to time the like clicking
No,
left at a specific time.
which Death Star escape? You mean like Princess?
Um,
No, that's way easier. I think
or
this one
Princess. Yeah,
is
this seems harder, but it's the same type of thing where like if you click left too early, you're gonna like just neutralize your inputs.
no. There's not even a wall there. That's the problem. In
Uh,
Princess, there's a wall, right?
yeah.
So it's that if you just basically if you just hold up into the wall and you jump up, you'll get it most of the time, I would say. But here the problem is you just need to like make a blind jump up into the transition. It is a very difficult trick. And yeah, Anonymous has reset there because of it. But oh yeah, it definitely yeah, it's a very, very tricky clip. One of the harder
Yeah.
strats I've been added to
That's
this.
unfortunate. Laser up.
Yep. Uh More bunker. Do you have anything about the bunker? There's really not too much to say about the bunker in terms of the actual run, because basically it's just pull all 4 levels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is an interesting concept, right? That like the Death Star needs something else to put its shields up because that doesn't ever really come up in the movies, right? Like
Oh yeah,
Hoth, the
like
entirety of Hoth is surrounded by a shield generator, like generated by a thing inside of Hoth, right?
yeah.
But like to make its shields, which is weird. Which is
Yeah.
it's also strange because like the reason Hoth could have shield generators because Hoth is like a small moon, but like the Death Star are smaller than Hoth.
That's interesting. And of course, the real answer is they needed a forest planet. I think that's like that was the real that's the real answer to that question. But I'm sure there's some in universe I guess. Yeah, Anonymous just gonna be practicing that clip. Yeah, definitely a wise decision. Um, I almost wonder if there's somehow a way to skip the
That is right.
speeder cutscene. I feel there has to be a
Mhm.
way to like somehow get over the transition, but who knows? I mean the trigger there, but who knows? Um,
I guess the problem is it's a short enough cutscene that if you have to go out of the way
yeah, it's not faster.
to skip it, it might not be worth the time.
Yeah. That's for sure. Um, a very interesting fact about this level is if you notice all of the pickups, the studs and the bread brick, they're huge actually relative to your characters. This is the level that has the largest pickups. So all the studs are bigger, the hearts, the red brick. And that is because, they have to do the vehicle part of this level as well, which is at like a slightly different scale. So everything is scaled up on this level.
Also,
Yeah.
Unspeeder only basically neutral with his PB. So
Yeah, and like even yeah, in Evan's PB, like as I said, it's only like how off from record? It's like less than a minute off from record, right? Yeah, it's like basically a minute off from record. And Like he can like he's probably one of the most likely to actually like break the record in this event, I would say. Here's another section where for years I think people have been trying to find a way to skip it, but all the proposed skips are just slightly too slow. This spinner section on Carcoon. There's like a couple of ways you can clip into the door, but
Mhm.
they either require lag, which is banned in this game, or you have to do a setup that's like way too slow for it to actually be like fast. Because
Are there any like
yeah.
what's it called? Are there any tricks that could theoretically be like not real time, like not human doable, but in theory, if we were to do some sort of like pass, they
So the
would
big
work.
problem with that is that the transition is like physically inside the door. So you have to like clip into the door or super jump through the door. And that basically prevents you from doing most like types of skip on it.
Oh,
Yeah. And that's one of the tricky things I guess with this uh category in terms of like finding skips is that a lot of the times, there are ways to skip things, but they just aren't faster, you know. Uh and that's one of those cases. You know what's the weird thing honestly with something like Java's? Like even though it like looks radically different from any percent, like I feel like in principle, like almost everything is the same in the sense that we're actually like the any percent version of this level is also just all out of bounds at this point. Like all the rooms have an out of bounds.
yeah. I guess the only difference is just how you get out of bounds,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly. Which it does bring up a question like how close can any percent in free play get? Like obviously once you get rid of the cutscenes from any
Yeah.
like in a lot of levels we're like approaching like we're getting really close, I guess, to free play, like much closer than you would expect to like the free play time. Because you would think, right, with free play being able to clip everywhere, that it should just be like way, way faster than any percent, and it is, like to some extent, but a lot of TCS is just like navigating through linear room, you know? And at the end of
Mhm.
the day, like it is just a factor of how long does it take you to just go traverse the room. Obviously, free play has faster characters, but in terms of like what's getting skipped, like a lot of the things that free play can skip, you can also skip in 90%.
Yeah. I guess that's where you get into like difficulty too, right? Where like in any percent it might be a task thing, but in free play it's easily doable.
Well, like even like I mean we talked about this at the start, but like 12 button skip, right? Like that got like at like a year ago or something, but that basically makes Endwar very similar to free play.
Yeah.
Um,
Minus 14. Getting out of Java's. The Rancor taking its sweet time to walk over, but still gonna hopefully be saving a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Wow, there we go, minus 19.
Rafa was back, by the way, also.
Oh, Rafa is back. Let's go.
So we'll get him up as on the layout. And we also have a message from Zach. Zach may be able to start soon also. So if he starts, that will be you'll be seeing a taste of every runner, I guess. And that what is in this.
Fantastic. Yeah, and this looks like a good run for Evan. Got about, got past some of the tricky bits. So hopefully Evan's
He's
going to be
ahead.
placing this run on the leaderboard. And we'll see. And now that Rafa is back, back in the saddle, playing.
Oh, is that what Jedi Destiny's called?
Yeah. Oh no, that's what free play is.
Oh, that's what free play is. Okay.
We're playing the Joe Lever category.
La Destinée d'un Jedi. I probably butchered that pronunciation, but let's see. I'm having a bit of trouble with that clip, but I guess maybe one thing to talk about is I guess past BTRs, I guess, relative to this one. The interesting thing with this is I think probably the majority of these people have never BTR, actually. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of these people have been in like races, right? Like we certainly saw most of the people here in like ladder league.
yeah, that's
But
right. But like Anonymous and like Raffo, like these really like mostly aren't like top 80% runners. So like this is like the first time you'll ever see them like maybe the only time you'll ever see them like in this kind of a event, I guess. Um the people though that are here that were in BTR though, like Evan and Zach though, those are like the veteran, I guess, in terms of just how many different categories they've played and just you know their general experience with the game. Um, let me
oh,
let me think what else I was gonna say here because I was about to say something about Evan, but I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, this is what I was gonna say. Evan, I think is a very interesting person from a BTR perspective because I always feel that Evan, like he just ends up setting like a great time at the start of the event, and then he just doesn't have to play for like the majority of the event. Because I think that's happened at some of the any percent BTRs. So, well, he's on a bit of a small. It's too early in the run to call, obviously, but there's a chance that Evan just sets like a really good run at the start, and then he just never has to play for the rest of the event. Because
yeah, because obviously this is a BTR, but it's also a who can be
it's the same thing with
fastest. So.
Zach. Also, like that's a like
Yeah. I mean, Evan's been able to hold a pretty consistent minus 20 off PB lead.
yeah. The big challenge for him in this episode is Echo Base. With that new clip and all of the little micro stuff there. That's very interesting, actually. This Vader fight, because now they just like clip at the end here. But like back in the day, there was like this weirder strategy where you would like clip out at the side, like walk under the floor and like up orb. It's just interesting to see like how all the strats have just sort of been refined down over the years. You know, like you have those like like that sort of like
Yeah.
that strategy almost seems like messy in comparison to what we do now, which is just seems like the most direct thing. Uh, you almost wonder like why didn't we always do it that way? I guess.
Yeah. There you go, minus 21.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a big update. We have every runner on a run.
Yeah, that's
So
good.
now hopefully that will stay on. Laser +6, so definitely he's probably gonna want to continue it. And I think
Yep.
I don't know how. Actually, no, I do remember.
It's -6, but it's like the start of the run, so like I
Yeah.
think it's
Oh, Zach is live. Let's pop him on screen.
we have two runners actually in Falcon Flight. And you would think actually that this final boulder section plays almost the same as any percent because it would seem exactly the same. You have two ships with infinite torpedoes. But I've heard claims from some people that the boulder is like worse in free play or something. Which honestly, I find it quite unexpected since like everything else seems exactly the same as normal. But you know, a lot of people have said that, so I do actually wonder if there's a way to prove that the boulder is better or worse in free play or any percent. But yeah, here a laser and Evan coming up to probably the most decisive levels of this early game. This is. I mean, I'm probably not the hard. I guess maybe it's the hardest level, episode 5 potentially, but uh, see how like a not yeah. This is not a very good boulder from Evan. I was about to say, but luckily did not lose a huge chunk of time, so he is able to complete that run. Yeah, Laser not doing the new thing, obviously that sort of makes sense for him. Um, yeah, Evan almost certainly is going to do it though. Actually, the next time they pull up the character wheel, I can actually see what they've bought in the character wheel. Now that I think about it, so we can
Oh
see
yeah,
like
yeah. See if Evan's on
what
the
Jedi's
different
they
page.
actually bought in the character wheel. Different categories, I think. I'll say in this game,
Yeah.
you make different save files and different character. Like you buy different characters for different categories depending on how you want the wheel to be. So I think, or at least that's
Is
how
there
it
a
used to.
functional difference between the different Jedis, or just like what you happen to have purchased?
The different Jedi's. Well,
Yeah.
obviously, like the ghosts are different, right? Yoda is different, but like if you're talking of like that whole like group, like Plo Koon, like Isla Sakura, Kiadi Mundi,
Yeah.
Kit Fisto. I actually don't know. I'm sure like one of them has like a slight difference, but I think they're all pretty much the same. And at least from the perspective of the game picking characters for you, they are all just treated as somebody with a Jedi ability. So that's why they can just get randomly selected.
Yeah.
That is, I've never seen that flip also from Evan. Did you see that backflip?
Yeah.
It's there was like a different flip over the barrier. That's different from any percent.
It's pre-Madden wrapping.
No. It was maybe that's the new thing. I haven't seen that one before though. Yeah. Yeah. Here Laser has, like, I would say, it's not the ideal case for wrapping. Like, ideally you would want your AT-ATs to be slightly further apart here. Otherwise, it would be that then it would be really good. The problem is, of course, when the AT-ATs are too close to each other, you can't actually dual wrap them. Because you'll just run into the other AT-AT. Here you go. Yeah, Zach is up. It does look like he's practicing pod race. I know he's not doing episode 1 first, so he's just probably just practicing pod race before he starts the tap. But yeah, not the best Hoth from Blazer. It does look like he's going to be losing quite a bit of time here. Yeah, actually, you can see on Zach's screen. It looks like they bought most of the Jedi, actually. Like, I can see, I think it was that Luminara, Kiadi-Mundi, Kit Fisto, Shakti. I think it's like the whole set,
Yeah,
actually.
that's the whole
Yeah.
council.
I don't think it actually matters if you buy them necessarily, but I guess they just, for the fun of it. Um,
Yeah.
anyway, I guess before we step off for comms for the day, I guess. Do you have any yes, did you have any other fun things to share, I guess?
I think so. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm happy to see free play being run. I've been very more new categories. I love any percent, and I think any percent is great. But we got to see more stuff. Um, it is, but yeah. So free play. Happy to be running it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
I've always been saying I've been a proponent of doing some sort of relay race. So if anyone thinks it would be a good idea, definitely, you know, you know.
Yeah, I mean, the challenge, of course, with all these running other categories is that usually it's just hard to get enough people. But we've been lucky that we have gotten like a decent amount of people to show up for this, so we're thankful to all the people that were able to turn out today, I guess, to make this event possible.
And I think we're gonna have Mello joining in a second. So we'll see.
Yes.
Yo, how's it going?
What's up?
Oh yeah.
Pretty good, Have. How are you?
We got some good runs going on here. I think currently Zach, Evan, and Raffo are still left to get times on the board, but they're all running, so
Got you.
definitely
What's
what
up,
you want to see.
P53?
So, yeah, I
Right.
think with that, I'm gonna drop off for now, but I'm going to see you all later. Mello, hope you have a nice time doing some comms here. Hope you see some good runs.
Yes, sir.
Hope you all have fun.
All right. See ya. All right. Dude, Evan is on a banger right now.
Yeah. I probably have to go in about too, but I'm almost tempted to just stay and see how that pans out. That looks like a
Honestly.
good pace.
This is insane pace. Are we surprised though? Evan is the practice demon. Like he's probably practicing for like a week or two before this, and he's just like
Yeah, I mean, who
this
knows
good.
how Evan prepared for this event?
Mhm.
I have no idea, but
No, me neither.
it's like he definitely has all the experience he needs.
100%.
And I don't actually know if you're familiar. Do you know the big time losses in his PB? Because I don't quite remember.
I'm not, but I can actually check for us. There's a few new strats though, since I mean his PB is kind of old, right? It's only a month old actually.
He's like a
So
month old. Yeah, he came back like relatively recently. I think the person with the oldest PB probably is like Rafa. I mean,
mm-hmm.
uh,
Let's see.
actually, Rafa's stream is frozen. Actually, let me just double check that.
Okay.
He is still live, actually. Oh.
Looks like he had decent amount of time loss in Hoth actually. He got a 309 Hoth, so he lost like 39 to gold in that level.